spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has announced that the government will pay the National Health Insurance Fund pending bills of about 5.3 billion shillings within the next 2 months. Speaking in Kakamega, Duale said President William Ruto has already issued an order for the payment of the debt, explaining that the government is waiting for the National Treasury to submit a supplementary budget that will enable the Health Ministry to obtain the necessary funds.
Anybody with a pending bill of NHIF from 1 shilling to 10 million, totaling 5.3 billion, accounting for 92% of the entire NHIF bill, as a government, on the direction of the President, we will pay in the next 2 months.
Kakamega Governor Fernandes Baraza has welcomed the announcement, noting that the county hospitals have already started receiving money from the Social Health Authority, but has urged the ministry to expedite the process to ensure an uninterrupted delivery of health services.
The first 100 million will be received by the 14th of this month. I want to, in a special way, thank the ministry for making sure that this share registration is rolled out in Kakamega County, as well as honoring the claims which have been submitted, because the claim submission before the payment is done is a verification process which has basically been ongoing.
The Catholic Bishop of Kakamega, Joseph Obanye, has described the challenges that contributed to the closure of St. Mary's Mumias Hospital as unfortunate.
That so far from December of 2024 to August of 2025, the SHA has dispersed a total of 98,671,567 that we expected from SHA, and that's what we believe that will help us to be able to clear the arrears of the workers.
The Hustler Fund has appointed Henry Tanui as its new executive officer for a renewable 3-year term. He takes over from Elizabeth Nkuku, who has led the fund since its inception. The board said Tanui brings more than 24 years of experience in financial services, with expertise in risk management, business and personal lending, mortgages, MSME lending and international trade finance. He has previously held senior roles at Bank, Consolidated Bank of Kenya and the Industrial and Commercial Development Bank of Kenya. Cooperatives and MSME Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe Oparanya praised the fund's impact on Kenya's economy, noting that it has already provided affordable credit to more than 26 million Kenyans. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has arrived in Algeria to represent Kenya at the 4th Intra-Africa Trade Fair on behalf of President William Ruto. The high-level continental trade fair brings together heads of state, business leaders and policymakers to deepen Africa's economic integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Kenya's participation reaffirms the government's commitment to expanding regional trade, creating jobs for our youth and positioning Kenyan enterprises to access a continental market of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of over $3.4 trillion. Deputy President Kindiki will deliver Kenya's statement, engage in bilateral talks with fellow leaders and showcase Kenya's opportunities in manufacturing, agriculture, ICT, energy, housing and services, in line with President Ruto's agenda of making Kenya the trade and investment hub of Africa. And in the international scene, Russian President Vladimir Putin has vowed to carry on fighting in Ukraine if a peace deal cannot be reached, striking a defiant tone a day before Kiev's allies gather in Paris to discuss security guarantees. Progress towards settling the 3.5-year war appears to have stalled, despite a flurry of diplomatic efforts by US President Donald Trump, who met both his Russian and Ukrainian counterparts shepherds last month. Putin's troops kept up their strikes across the country, firing more than 500 drones and missiles at Ukraine overnight and killing 9 in attacks on a frontline town. The Russian leader hailed his forces' progress, saying they were advancing on all fronts and had hobbled Ukraine's army so much it could no longer mount an offensive. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past.
If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Wait. Say it, Tana.
Good morning.
Bas.
How you be?
Me be fine.
Mr. Okari, how art thou?
I'm still waking up.
Okay, we need to give you a minute to click in. It's reset. You know how
my morning is good.
You know how like your gadget says restart.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're looking very bright in green and blue. And we know that you're not feeling blue. But you're feeling fresh like green.
This week has been long,
It's the first Friday of the week. It's the first Friday of the week.
Of the week, of the month.
Of the week, even of the month. Today.
Oh my God.
And today is your Friday as well, so
It ain't. It ain't my Friday.
Oh, we know why you're feeling like this.
Why?
Because you won the bulletin last night, and then
Oh yeah, and they were all sad stories.
Yeah.
They were sad.
There's one that really disturbed me in Pakayani. I had to pray at night.
Well, I hope you normally do, but
I normally do.
Pray more. Why?
I normally, this one I specifically prayed for those people.
Which one?
It's a very, very tragic story.
This is
good story.
Yeah.
So I came into the newsroom, just looking at the bulletin. Then there's this story that I was reading the script.
Yeah.
And I called the reporter. I was like, wait, tell me this is not real.
True. I can guess what it was, but continue.
You can guess.
Continue.
It's the story of this 26-year-old who went to deliver in... you guys watched the story?
Joseph the Walker.
We watched the bulletin, so yeah.
I saw the footage, the raw footage. Things that the normal viewer will not see because things are censored, blood and everything. I got to see the raw footage. Man, that image is still stuck in my head. Jeez, you can imagine, this woman went to deliver at 5 in the morning. And then she had labor the whole day until 5 in the evening. And by evening, by the time the doctor is arriving, there's another doctor who's not there. They have to wait. And then by the time they're taking this woman into the surgery room, then C-section. Then she starts bleeding. They didn't bother to check her records and everything. And the woman died on that table as they are taking the baby out. Then there's blood everywhere. Then they scattered.
They took off.
They took off.
The baby was left there from 5, 6 in the evening to 11 p.m. No food.
Oh no.
No food. I saw the raw thing. Oh my God, it was terrible. It was terrible. What did I start with that this morning? I think it's what I slept thinking and just praying for that family. Like that's gruesome. I was watching the husband, very young man.
Yeah.
You know, talking, and the doctors, with all the arrogance, like we don't talk to people who are angry.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's.
The question is, where is the anger coming from? Where is the anger coming from? That's the question the doctors would have asked themselves first. Why is he angry?
The thing is,
Do
they left the woman
ask
bleeding.
why she's angry? The woman was bleeding on the table. That's his wife, the mother of his child.
Then I couldn't do nothing.
That's
then
their child.
Come on, man.
Yeah. And then wakatoroka. Then juxtapose that to the billions that are for printing papers, invitation cards, bills, paying president's advisors, renovations,
travel
allowances locally.
It reached to vex now.
Yeah. It makes you angry, like really, really angry.
And you see, these are the conversations now.
Yeah.
So when you relate the billions lost with this single life and you look at what would have been offered to her.
We're losing money, we're losing lives.
We're losing lives.
Doctors are on strike. Nurses are asking for better pay, better health facilities. Children are turning back to school. There was another story where parents were saying, why would the ministry just lie that you've sent money to schools? Somebody is
These are
struggling.
children who are at home.
Yeah. You're sending, this was a father who had traveled, sending the kids to school. And then anafika shule just because of 1,000 anaambiwa rudi nyumbani. And he's saying, but we were told to bring our children. She's like, no, the ministry lied. The government lied to you. There's no money.
And remember, if a parent fails to take a child to school, what happens? You get arrested for it. So what should a parent do?
In one region, they were saying, now actually girls have gone back to school. They are getting married.
Yeah.
They don't see value of education because like, this is too much stress. So even the parent is like, you know what? I can't take care of you. I can't do this.
I can't do
so
this.
End of jipange. So now you're having teenagers looking for men who will marry them and become just, in the villages. The realities of life of a lot of Kenyans. Wachana na sisi tunaishi hapa in the city.
Yeah.
The stories that are coming from mashinani huko.
This is very crazy.
It's ridiculous. It's bordering demonic where we are. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. No. And I think that we must also ask ourselves the question that if we see things like this and we hear stories like this, if we write these stories, if we follow these stories as like the work that we have to do, and it doesn't touch you, and it doesn't touch on your sensitive, and it doesn't make you upset, that's the problem. That folks would be asking, why aren't you upset? Why aren't you asking questions?
True.
Why aren't you demanding for better? Because then one would say that there's something wrong with you if you don't ask, if you don't get upset.
Yeah, because then again, you see, everything that we talk about here is relatable to someone's life in one way or the other. It's borderline there. So if you look at now what Okari is saying this morning, you relate that to the billions. I also have my personal story about my brother, wrong diagnosis, no hospital. My brother died due to negligence as well in hospital. So when we talk about a health system that is not working, despite billions of shillings having been spent, I'm coming from a position of, if ABCD ought to have happened, perhaps maybe my brother would be alive today.
Sure.
Everyone has a story to tell.
Absolutely.
And if it's out there and you end up being attacked for speaking it out and saying the truth, I'm sorry, but the other side has the problem.
Absolutely.
Faith Binzal is just one life.
Yeah.
That young 26-year-old woman, I saw her, how she was covered. Her body was swollen, blood everywhere. Mpaka ukuta. You're like, what was happening here?
What was really happening?
Like there was blood on the wall, blood on the floor, blood on the bed, blood everywhere. It was like a murder scene. And that health facility, for some reason, was actually blacklisted some time back.
Yeah.
And it's still in operation.
So where do ordinary Kenyans run to? Anyway, sorry, it affected me, guys. And these are the things, we cover these things as journalists, and sometimes you become so immune because you've seen pain, you've seen death, you get used to it. But that one got me. I was so upset. And then reading through the other stories of what's happening in other parts of the country, life moves on as normal. We're bordering, not dark. Actually, we're in it.
Yes, it is darkness. Go ahead and say it, because that's it.
We are.
And you have to ask the question that we've lost You know, I tend to think of it like, you see the beaker that has the different levels and you measure 100 milliliters, 200 milliliters. So let's say that we started with it full. But as we see these things happening on a daily basis and we hear these stories, we're losing. Humanity is just reducing and reducing and reducing. We're losing it.
We've normalized the normal, actually.
We have the gall and the effrontery to ask somebody who's just lost his wife in such a grotesque manner that we don't deal with people who are angry.
Why are you angry?
You know, and then to look at those pictures and to see what really happened here, and that this is the life of somebody who's been snuffed out in that manner, and it's normal. You know, we'll wash the walls, right? We'll cover the body. We'll prepare the room for somebody else.
Looking for the next patient.
Absolutely.
And they had to lie to them. Oh, the baby has been born safely. Everything is okay. We want to see the mother. Okay, no, not now. Then Kidogo, like these people have disappeared. And this was her first child.
No.
Then we've reached a point where there's like, I think there's a special hell for some people.
There is a special. There's a special section.
There's got to be.
Indeed. You know how there's VIP?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a VIP in hell for some people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an ICU for those in hell. Special cases.
Yes. It's.
One day there will be a brighter day.
One day.
I feel like I want to sing for you.
Yeah.
For us. Hey, it has to work out at some point. It has to.
Yeah.
It has to.
Work out.
Good morning, guys. It's sometimes necessary for us to have those conversations, and I mean, starting off on a heavy note, but necessary for us to do. These are forming the conversations that we have, and that is really what is happening in the souls of nations. And if we don't handle them, they're uncomfortable, they're sticky. If we don't face them head on, then we're lesser for it, and it is absolutely necessary that we do. And this is a situation room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We will tackle those issues. We'll talk about them. If money is being stolen, we'll talk about it. If children can't go to school, we'll talk about it. If a young 26-year-old mother dies in a grotesque manner, we'll talk about it. If somebody goes missing and they've not been answered for 9 months, we'll talk about it. Yep. If there is debt through the roof, we'll talk about it. If there's poor leadership and governance, we'll talk about it. In the same way, if there's positive development, we'll talk about it as well. If people are thriving, we will talk about it. There's nothing we won't talk about. Dennis Okari, Okoh, and Dennis Aseto here with you this morning. EVE is making things happen in the back room there. Good morning. And as we get into Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday, let you know some of the things that we'll be discussing today. Karibuni Sana. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN. Good morning, everybody. Let's let you into some of the conversations that we'll have today. So as you are aware, there's an ouster motion to the governor of Nairobi. It seems to be on the back burner for now because they've been given 30 days. He's been given 30 days and he said, you know what, you made a promise to us and you said you're sorry, so let's give you that time to make sure that you can actually, make the thing work. Yeah. But the conversations are still boiling, albeit on the back burner. So we'll be talking about some of those things this morning, and we're going to start off with that conversation at 7 a.m. We will be talking with two members of the Nairobi County Assembly, and if my technology will just agree to work with me, then we'll be okay. Amma? So those conversations that we'll have today, starting off at 7 o'clock, we'll start off with two members of the County Assembly. Shege Mwora is the MCA Ngara, the ward rep for Ngara, and he's also the Secretary General of the County Assembly's Forum. We'll also be joined by Peter Warutere, who is a former MCA for Roy Sambu ward. Impeachment politics, Sakaja survival after UDA-ODM talks. So we'll talk about that at 7 o'clock. Willis Otieno, an advocate of the High Court, will join us then at 8. Law versus leadership. Conducting county business under a cloud of charges. Can you actually continue? And what would it require for you to say, okay, guys, I understand that things are going belly up. Let's have a conversation around that. Willis joins us at 8. Finally, Justice Nzioki Makau is an Employment and Labour Relations Court judge. Safeguarding the future and justice against child labor. Guys, this is another thing that we don't really realize the magnitude of it in certain places, in certain parts of the country, in parts of the continent. I shudder. I cannot wrap my head around it also with the child labor cases in West Africa, in Nigeria, whereby you bring a girl who's 8 years old to work in your house. And then you say, okay, well, we'll send her to school. But what is she doing when she's not in school? These are big issues. They should be in school. They shouldn't guaranteed under constitutions in Africa. So Justice Nzioki joins us at 9 a.m. for that conversation. So that's what it looks like today. And as we get into it, thank you for joining us as we do. Okay, Mr. Aseto.
Yeah.
So
we're still in Morocco. A beautiful country. Tourism is great. We, in terms of economy as well, they export a lot of phosphate that is used for fertilizer. Kenya is one of the countries that also get to enjoy that from Morocco. The latest part of history is that they are Chan winners 2024.
Yes.
You know, but let's go to the proverb today, and let's start on a positive note.
Okay.
Nothing lasts except goodness.
That's so true. Yeah. That's so true.
Oh, I heard that's not true.
That's so true. That's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and we can all be, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing lasts more than goodness. Yeah. When they were, think about it. When you go through a rough patch, or when there are bad times, really ridiculously bad times, they do come to an end, right? And sometimes you forget the intensity or the pressure that you feel during that period, no matter what it was. But when there was a good thing that came, whether it was even in a fleeting moment, you remember that feeling, and you have that place is just, it's warm and it's a happy spot, you know. And it stays with you. Many would argue that so does a bad thought when you think about it, but it's fleeting.
Yeah.
And the goodness stays. Plus also, we as individuals, we can be good. There's nothing better than being good to someone, I think.
Okay.
Interesting. I think I'll tie it into my mood this morning. Just reflecting on the story we were just talking about earlier. And it sort of reminds me how many, you know, how they say life is temporary, but your actions and deeds are permanent.
True.
Like there are things that we do as human beings that leave lasting impressions, and they're like a tattoo in people's minds. You can't erase. How many people remember Mahatma Gandhi? We still talk about him.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King. There are certain characters and personalities. You don't get to hear how much money they had, or the kind of power they had, or how, what else? You only get to hear Mother Teresa, for example. All these great people. You know, our very own Wangari Maathai, what she was fighting for, what she stood for. There are people who are born today who don't even know how she looked like, but and she was recognized globally, even when a lot of people in our own home country here didn't recognize her. But there are people who spot goodness from a distance, and even when you die, your goodness still lives on in people's minds and memory and history. And so it's kind of reflective of where we are as a country.
True.
There are people in certain positions of influence and power who, regardless of what you've been given, which is servanthood, it's a privilege, you use it either to kill people,
or build,
oppress people, and do all these kind of crazy things. One day, your wealth will be gone.
Absolutely.
You will be gone. And people will not remember anything good that you spoke or did. Gosh. It's not like I'm preaching, huh?
Why not? It's okay.
Bless you. I just bless you.
You know, I think for me, I'll just relate it to what happened recently. You remember when my boy was unwell and I wasn't here, and as much as it was a difficult and tough position, I remember you guys in the studio calling me. Just now the boy is smiling and everything. That difficult part is gone, but I remember the calls and the texts. Goodness lasts. Thank you guys, by the way.
Wow.
Oh.
Anytime.
So now you're going to make me start crying.
What do we have but each other?
Absolutely. You know?
It's goodness.
It is.
So spread some love this morning. Spread some goodness. As you're leaving your house, say hi to that watchman.
Yeah, that you would normally ignore. Absolutely. Yeah. And it takes nothing from you, really.
Check on your house manager.
Yeah.
Just take 1 minute or two. You know, people will rush. Just ask her, how are you doing this morning?
How are you?
How did you sleep?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Just one, like, share one thing that is good to someone today. It will make a whole difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Not
I
just to
love
the world, but to you as well.
Absolutely. I love it. Yeah, and we actually can. We don't have to be also rock tied together so all the time. Make somebody a little bit brighter today. And then with that, we can say good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for joining us in the room. Even as you do, joining us in the conversations, good to then connect with one another as we talk about these things that are also important and necessary for us to do. We do the journalism, which is a requirement. We because this is what we do, but at the same time, humanity is one thing that we insist on. Sindio. All right. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana. We see you in the room today. And Don Sabwa, Mr. Okari, are you ready? Don Sabwa says, good morning. Ndu, Okari, and Aseto.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
With dwarfing of the Sakaja impeachment, was it not just another show of corruption galore swinging in the executive? Okari, that's a question.
It's a question to me.
Especially with the summoning MCAs.
That question has an answer, and that answer is in Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, which our lovely Ndu is going to share with us. So just listen.
And you'll get the answer.
Yes, the answer will be in that newspaper headline.
All right. Yeah. There's your answer, Don. Peter Kiarie says, good morning. Don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds that you plant. Indeed. Chris Maura is saying good morning and always listening. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Mombasa. Listening in from Nakuru is Ongani Malala. And Rose Grace is tuned in from Muhoroni. Blessed Thursday to you too. And to you, my sister. Good morning, Spices. Okay, rest in peace to who? He said, and this is Desmond Otis, we see you, good morning. He said, Daniel tuned in. Dani Kama Kawaida. Isaac Halei says, good morning. Thanks for waking me up earlier than an election promise in the campaign season. Well done. Robert Rogers Nyange says, good morning, tuned in and watching from Voi. Monica Njoroge says, good morning. Nakuru is tuned, and the big question is, who's telling the truth between the CS Interior and the governor of Mandera? Another day to be carried Maembe? Yawa. Yeah, that's interesting because folks are saying, excuse me, stop this thing. You guys have not come, and if anything, you're welcoming them. Tensions in the north are simmering. Patrick Mutinda says, good morning, SpiceFM. At last, school board's inauguration starting this week since March. Yeah. Look. Eric Awar says, good morning, guys. Fiery Red is tuned and says, good morning, everybody. Ricardo Mariera is tuning from Kitengela Chuko Locked, and Jimmy Munozi says, good morning. Mashara Njeri says, good morning to Ndu and the double Dennises, watching from Portland in Oregon. Leo says, good morning, Princess. Good morning, Dennis and Aseto. What's the NIS mandate if we have to investigate whether the incursion in Mandera is a result of Jubaland or refugees in action to be taken? Let me tell you something. I sniffed at 6:13 this morning. The NIS knew. What am I saying? There's no way that you have forces from another country embroiled in a conflict and the intelligence services of Kenya doesn't know. So how about we get off that branch and just agree?
You know, let me even top it up. You know, we also have the military intelligence.
Yeah.
And in Mandera, we have Mandera Camp, which hosts who? Military. They did not know. Let's move on.
Good Lord. Silas Akala says, good morning, tuned in from Brazil. Jesus Protect, we see you, good morning. Okay. Kins and Friends says, rise and shine with SpiceFM. My morning is sorted, kabisa. Jimmy Gakio says, good morning. Stella S, today you are early, I see you. You've arrived home after being on the road. Well, welcome home to hello, Ndu and Dennis's. Georgia Demo says, good morning, listening in from Rongo. Stanley Ngashe is tuned in, and we started with Kisumu Ndogo, went to Somalia Ndogo, Mogadishu Ndogo, now Juba Ndogo is loading. Well, Jubaland forces are in Somalia. Let's not get that confused. Sometimes we hear Jubaland forces and we think that they are in South Sudan. They are not. They're in Somalia. Okay. Richard Odera says, good morning. Riles Gesha is the new brand for sanity. Okay. Okay. Baga Joshua says, good morning. When someone is drowning, that's not the time to teach him how to swim. Absolutely. You should have done it before. The fourth perspective is tuned in as well. EM Kizito Makala says, good morning to the Situation Room. Karibu. Agola recognizes and also, sees that story was a hard one. Definitely. Mbali says, good morning. My dad says, hello. Well, good morning. Do we call him Mr. Bali? Good morning, sir. Christina A says, good morning. Christina is curious, Mr. Okari.
Yes.
As to why Dennis Okari doesn't come on Fridays. Should we just allow her to continue being curious, or you want to answer that?
I would have told her, DM me.
Abbas, DM Dennis. Let's just leave it there. DMDO. Sawa. Harun Hakil says, good morning, Team TSR. Did this happen in Kenya? Yes, it did. In Kenya. This story that Dennis was reading is Kenya. It's Kenya.
Udiru.
Right just here, west of the city. Duke, good morning, sir. Karibu sana, how are you doing? You're tuning from New Singapore. Hapo ni wapi sasa? Astralife is tuned in, and Ivan Asiago says, good morning. Dr. Venvik is tuned in from Diani, and Thomas Omosa says, your number one fan in the entire show, Bisa. Bwangi Juma tuned in as well. Do our MPs and senators know their duty? This is interesting. I'll tell you guys what I did yesterday, just really quickly.
Yes.
I spent my time watching the proceedings at the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate. If you're looking for what to do when you want to sit and understand what really happens, just watch those Senate proceedings. When people are just telling lies in broad daylight, and the folks at the Auditor General's office, actually, somebody will say something. Folks at the Auditor General's office say, excuse me, that's not true. Because we did an audit. We gave them period for right of reply as an audit process would demand. But they never came back to us. And this is the number here. Yeah. We cannot be missing 104 million shillings and you tell us that it's somewhere. Where? We would see it if it was. Yeah. You guys need to watch those things. Very, very interesting.
You don't get depressed watching those things?
I do. But I was like, what is this? Money. And the way they're talking about this money, it's like two shillings.
2 shillings, yeah.
It's just left in and out. And here is Kajwang asking questions and he's saying, I really want to understand where, if this money was there, we would see it in your financial statements, in your audited accounts, or in the current bank statement. But we don't see the money, and you're trying to tell us that, you guys, the things that are going on, it's crazy. Let me go this quickly. Baga Joshua says, good morning. Baga says, I don't understand how a cemetery can raise its funeral prices and blame it on the cost of living. My goodness. King Dave, we see you. And David Mangera is also here. Melbourne, knock, knock. Good morning. Karibu sana. Kennedy Ongwai is tuned in. Young Jedi, good morning. Jimmy Gakio. Jana kuna mtu alikuita nduku. I'm telling you, my friend, there's nothing they've not called me. I'm still waiting for the next one. It's likely that something else can happen. Imagine it happened. Aguto Ogembo, good morning. Lame Kotieno, we see you. Good morning. Zipora Mwangi, good morning, beautiful lady. Plugged in from Diani Beach, we see you. Paris Mudhoni, good morning as well. Aaron Rashid is here as well, tuning in live from County 016. Did you know that's Machakos? Now you know. County 016 is Machakos. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana. And thank you for being in the room with us this morning. So, it was promised to you, and here it is. Let's look into the headlines. And on Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, selfish union 1 year later. In the name of broad-based government, President William Ruto and Raila Odinga sealed a pact that blurred the opposition into irrelevance. What was meant to be a counterweight to the executive fiat has morphed into an alliance that silences dissent and shields scandals. Raila, once a symbol of accountability, now plays cheerleader of the president's successes in a deal that smacks of opportunism. Kenyans have been left with a government without restraint. Don Saba, there's your answer, man.
Yes.
Looking at some other headlines here, we have given up our sovereignty, leaders tell Ruto on foreign troops. If anybody can just come into the country and be doing as they like, whether it's in the north, south, east or west, there's a problem. Judge orders DCI and DPP to keep off doctor in surrogate child dispute. I'll look into the details of that. So, I'm looking. But unfortunately, we have to tell you one. The COB report. Pending bills surged to 525 billion shillings, crippling businesses and straining SMEs. Control of Budget said, we still owe these people money, we've not paid them. But I don't know. City residents sound alarm as muggers terrorize the streets. There was a time when the mugging in Nairobi streets was crazy, remember?
Yep.
And that kind of dulled down because indeed the security in the city ramped up quite some. But unfortunately, in the recent months and into weeks, there have been too many stories of too many a mugging, and there's a bit of worry in the air. All right, Seto.
Let's go to the Daily Nation, and the story here that carries the paper, the headline: puzzle of 123,000 missing grade 9 students. Yep. Thousands of learners who sat the grade 6 exam 3 years ago will not participate in next month's assessment to determine senior school admission. Questions are now being asked: what happened to the group?
Hello.
Why didn't they proceed? Those are the questions being asked. And why many parties could be barred from next polls. We know as we approach the next election, a lot of new political outfits will come up, but it seems like many will be barred by the registrar political parties, perhaps. Now, MCAs lose court battle for more hefty allowances. Judges want allowances. Now, MCAs want allowances, but court has said, tulieni kwanza. County operations stall over tenders fight with the state. And I didn't pick chickens over car gift, says a retiree. Now, this is a 34-year-old. Now, after 34-year-old as a gardener at the German ambassador's premises, Hesbon Imbwaka is retiring under a cloud of social media controversy. If you go further, UON students riot over withheld missing marks. That was witnessed in Nairobi, and Nairobi teachers decry TSC transfers and demand revocation of punitive letters. Further ahead, now we have electronic procurement system hitches stall operations in counties and agencies. You remember that e-procurement that governors have been told they have to be part of it, and they've said no. So apparently, there are hitches that are stalling operations in the counties and other agencies.
Okay.
Well, you done?
Oh,
gosh. I was just going through this newspaper and just thinking, okay, what's some good story that can lighten our Thursday? What is it that we can look at and then say, okay, something to look forward to every day? It almost seems like, hey, state spends 17.2 million daily on tea and mandazi.
No, it doesn't.
Expenditure is flying in the face of austerity measures. That's the headline story.
Is that possible?
See, I'll break it down.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I've actually seen, I think it's also on the Standard, if I'm not wrong.
That all these details have been covered.
Yeah.
It's just that they decided to go directly. Chai mandazi, 17.2 million daily. Not a week, not a month.
Daily.
It's daily.
It's daily, man.
Yeah. 17.2 million. China mandazi.
Is it imported?
Wacha tutaangalia hizo details.
He'll give us that story in just a bit.
So, still on that headline, leaders raise alarm as Jubilant forces invade Mandera. So this conversation of CS saying, no, there's nothing like that. We are not aware. There's a photo of Jubilant soldiers. Right next to that photo is Mandera residents holding placards protesting against the presence of Jubilant forces in the county. Watu wako hapa. That's his story. Videos are there, pictures are there. That story is there. Disquiet as city MCS protest Ruto and Raila deal on Sakaja. There's a new report that Kenya is losing up to half of maize before reaching consumers. It's a report that's painting a picture of how the country, of a country and millions are going hungry. Food is spoiled. So half of the maize that is being harvested tunaipoteza before it even gets to your plates. Prison boss dismisses Mackenzie poison claim. Says he was surprised by allegations as inmates are frisked before entering cell. So Shimolateo Maximum Security Prison boss Abdi Aidan has dismissed allegations by cult leader Paul Mackenzie that there were attempts to poison him while in custody.
Yeah.
Mackenzie, who has been behind bars for 2 years now and 4 months in connection with the Shakahola massacre, told the court that suspicious substances had been planted in his prison cell to harm him. See, he can also go to heaven. Why is he afraid?
Yeah, absolutely. This is interesting because he actually said that it was bottled water. So I think the prison warden said, wait a minute. Bottled water imetoka wapi?
Yeah.
We don't serve bottled water here. So we have to also then investigate you. You could also be in a little bit more trouble because how did you get bottled water into the system?
There is smuggling taking place.
Exactly.
Well, disquiet as MCAs protest Ruto Raila deal on Sakaja. Some say they will only drop impeachment push if the governor styles up, but the disquiet gripping Nairobi MCAs a day after they were persuaded to shelve their bid to impeach Governor Johnson Sakaja with some warning that plan remains very much alive. And I think we'll be looking at that in the next hour. Kenyans living from hand to mouth, budget experts. Parliamentary Budget Office says despite official figures showing economic growth, citizens are grappling with a severe decline in purchasing power. Then protest victims, wale walembua ngojeni mtapatiwa nini? Compensation. You have to wait longer because IPOA sends 184 files to DPP. It is a long wait for justice for families of disappeared, injured and killed Gen Z and 2023 Azimio protesters because the DPP may receive only 184 files from IPOA. So this story of Mandazi, I'll go through it very, very quickly.
Let's do it.
The report from the control of budget, we were reading about printing, and what else? And advertising costs that went up to 500 million and other equipment and all that. So apparently, the government has been spending 17.2 million daily on refreshments and entertainment. Last year, the government spent 7.6 billion on hospitality. 7.6 billion hospitality. Now, in terms of who or which offices spent a lot of these monies, State House recorded the highest hospitality expenditure, 1.15 billion, translating to 3 million every day. Okay? Followed by the judiciary, number 2. 514.65 million, about 1.5 million daily. And then we go to the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration. According to the report by Control of Budget, Margaret Nyakango, it was the third highest, about 1.3 million China mandazi every day. Ni nani wana hizi ni mandazi gani? Zinapikwa na nini? It emerged President Ruto's office and State House spending on domestic travel went up by about 900 million, hitting a first-time high of 2.5 billion in the period under review. State House spent 2.3 billion while the Executive Office of the President spent 224 million. Now, apparently, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki local travel spend, however, went down.
Really?
Ofisi ya Kindiki ilienda chini.
Oh, okay.
To 228 million compared to last year 441 million. The time of his predecessor Rigathi Gachagua.
Okay.
So the DP's expenditure for foreign trips also went down from last year's 114.9 million to 22 million in the period covering June 30th, 2025. Because we've seen him busy with empowerment programs locally, so
he's not been going out to the country.
a lot of traveling. So all this, guys, it's being done despite the fact that the head of public service, Felix Koskei, set caps for to delegate sizes and the period of travel to 7 days, inclusive of the travel dates and all that. The clampdown was also coming from circulars. And these circulars were coming with from the directive of the president for the radical cost-cutting measures, but nobody is listening to anything.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah. Yes.
This is in 2025. Yeah, it's in 2024. And the president had come out gung-ho and he said that we needed to find all this extra money that was kind of sitting around. And there was said we need to mop up 300 billion shillings.
Yeah.
We need to mop up 300 billion shillings because I'm sure if we look, we can find it. And he was vehement in his statement that day when he said, look for that money, find it. We can, in this spending here and there that's not necessary, we can find this 300 billion shillings that we can now apply to other areas that would be necessary. As I'm listening to you read this story, this looks like it would be a fantastic place to start. But then the question is, was the 300 billion shillings actually ever mopped up?
Yeah.
It was?
No.
Or the question is that?
It remained at that directive. Wacha tutafute.
If you can actually find an extra 300 billion, Bill Okari, when he's here, he says, you know what, it's not hard. If you sit and you just went through, you can find that some excesses or spend that's happening is not necessary. This extra money that we keep looking for, that we say we can't find, to pay doctors and nurses, to pay teachers to hire, to send
If we are to calculate how much money is being sent on this chai and mandazi story, and hospitality generally, in all this spaces, to calculate, and how much of this then even if you say you're going to cut by half so that you can go pay teachers, pay doctors and nurses, improve health, the schools program, 1.1 billion State House, 379 million Deputy President, President's Office, State House Nikando, President's Office, 239 million.
Yeah, China Mandazi.
Hospitality, yes.
Okay.
And entertaining guests and diplomats and whatnot. Trade Department, 111 million. Judiciary, 514 million. Parliament, 340 million. National Treasury, 180 million. Auditor General, 106 million. 490 million, Ministry of Interior. So
Martin Murevi anasema labda ni mandazi ya nyama.
Oh my goodness.
You know, sometimes you laugh at it because if you were to react differently, then I think you would have a very difficult time then being able to operate. That, you know, it just is unfortunate that certain things are happening and it's not even under the radar, it's out in the open, that need or require funds and that you can't find them, but you have this money for pastries.
The president said we need to look for these 300 billion, right? And that there is need for us to tighten our belts, to kaze mikanda. We need to live within our means. But remember, once the president gave that directive, especially after the 2024 finance bill protest, after it was shut down, you realize that a few weeks later we see the president going back to do the very same thing he'd said he would not do. So if the top itself is not living true to its own directive and measures, what happens to everyone else who's looking at what the top is doing?
Let me tell you. You know, yesterday we had that conversation around the state of the economy. And one of the things that Dr. Kabata said was that you want to run an economy. So the entrepreneurs are the ones who do business. And if you cannot pay them, then they cannot live and they cannot take and put back into the economy. It's the law of economics. It works anywhere in the world. Now, the Controller of Budget has sent out a report. Pending bills surged to 525 billion shillings. It's crippling businesses and straining SMEs. The amount of money that the national government owes different businesses increased over the financial year to June this year, with companies continuing to bear the burden of pending bills that has seen many of them scale down, while some have actually shut down. The new report by the Controller of Budget shows that pending bills by different ministries, departments and agencies and state corporations increased to 524.84 billion in the year to June 2025, up from 516.27 billion recorded in June 2024. Now, this is despite past assurances by the National Treasury that the government would address the matter decisively, saying mechanisms were in place to prevent state entities from accumulating for their pending bills. Now, hold up. There was a committee that was established to confirm, what is the word that they normally use? It's a nice economic word.
To confirm, review.
There's something.
Audit.
Something. There's another word. But essentially, what it was to confirm that these pending bills are actually owed. The committee was to sit, and by the 31st of October 2024, was supposed to give a report in terms of whether these bills were, authenticate. Thanks. That's the word I was looking for. We don't know if they've sat or if they've finished or if they've sent that information forward. But from all intents and purposes, it would look as though these pending bills are still pending, because we've seen an increase of about 8 billion shillings. Abby, 524 minus 516. Is it not 8? Yes. And it's still in the billions, right? So it's an increase of 8 billion shillings in pending bills over the year. Excuse me. June 2024 to June 2025. So I don't know if the committee has given its report, but it would appear as though pending bills are still pending, and we don't know what the case is. Authenticity has not been established, or have they been establishing authenticity and then started to pay people kidogo? It would appear not. National Treasury has a bill of 30 billion shillings to its contractors. State Department for Devolution was 17.46 billion. State Department for Medical Services, 14.47 billion. State Department for Public Service, 14.27 billion. 13.37 billion is what the National Police Service owes. The State Department for Transport, interestingly enough, owes 6 billion. IEBC owes people 5.68 billion shillings. And we're going into another by-election shortly. State Department of Agriculture, 4.59 billion. Office of the President, 3.3 billion. Wildlife, 2.29 billion. 2.9 billion Ministry of Defense. TSC, 2.4 billion. ASALS, 2.4 billion. 1.7 billion from the Office of the Deputy President. I must finish. Office of the National Land Commission, 1.76 billion. 1.4 billion. State Department of Correctional Facilities, Housing and Urban Development, 1.3 billion. ICT and Digital Economy, 1.22 billion. Parliamentary Joint Service, 1.22 billion. Public Works, 1 billion. National Intelligence Service, 1 billion. Have you heard anything in the millions? So, just for purposes of clarity, this is money that is owed to businesses and SMEs who are contracted to do work across these departments. Now, mind you, we are not talking about county. Okay? This is
just national government.
This is all from the MDAs in national government, and this is money that is owed and has increased significantly from June 2024 until now. So, because of that, cash flow has been restrained. And now try to imagine that government, being the largest employer, government is also the largest contractor of companies, SMEs. So unless they find new companies to do business with, what are the chances that if you owe 1 million shillings to a contractor, for example, and you've not paid them for the last 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, what is the likelihood that they will do business for you again in the next year when you've not paid them before? Remember, people take loans, which they have to pay. People take their LPOs for financing, and then now, of course, the company comes back and says, we gave you money up front. How far? Meanwhile, they don't have money to pay pending bills like any.
There's no money. So this is basically a loan, eh?
Yeah.
Debt. So you owe people this money. So it's surging to 525 billion. You owe external creditors money. Domestically also owe people money. Easy. So, I feel for people who actually do business with some of these guys. There are guys who get paid promptly, depending on who you know and which phone calls you can make quickly to turn things around. And we've been told here before, if you're to get your payment, these people who are owed, number one is National Treasury, that is also pushing to figure out, authenticate these figures. They're the ones who owe 30 billion in first place. By the time you are this 30 billion cumulatively, if somebody is owed, let's say you are taking printing papers, for example, ulipata ka deal ka 1 million. Ndio usukume upate that 1 million, somebody will tell you, you know what, hii kitu ndio tusukume ifikie mkubwa, ndio iweko signature, utatoa ngapi? From that 1 million, it's a loan you took, but you have to pay something, a 20% or 10%.
But see, our friend Simon here tells us that it is common practice.
Yeah.
You are owed 10 million.
Yeah.
You will not take 10 million home if you want to get any money at all.
If any, you'll take around 8. 2 you've used to clear the path for you to get your money. You know, but all that lies around procurement. And we talk about procurement now. There is this e-procurement system, and what are governors saying? Now, Rachel, not her real name, a procurement officer at construction equipment supply in Nairobi, has in recent weeks been struggling to register the company in the government's new procurement system, electronic governance procurement, unsuccessfully. When she started the process in July, she went through the stages of recording the firm's details, including its name, official email address, and information about beneficial owners. Now, the registration process, however, stalled at the stage of recording business details such as the company tax category, registration number, and procurement category after the system failed to verify the firm's tax pin. So here there is the government telling you, for us to do business, you must be on this e-procurement system. So you go, you follow the directive, you get to it, you are unable to register because the system locks you out.
It's teething problems. It's going to be okay.
But yet governors are telling you, we are not getting on that thing because there was no dry run for us to know if it will work. So kila kitu imekwa.
No, server imehang.
It's going to be okay.
Fungua server.
Let's look into the county of Nairobi when we come back at 7. Good morning, guys. It's 7 a.m.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm Lal Ubaga. Nakuru Governor Susan Kihika found herself in a tight spot when she was grilled by the Senate Public Accounts Committee over alleged financial misappropriation and stalled county projects, among them a 1 million shilling toilet that has remained incomplete for 3 years. The committee is calling on the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to investigate over 22 million paid to various law firms without supporting documents. Kihika was on the spot with the Senate committee putting her to task over alleged misuse of billions of shillings, including stalled projects worth 7.8 billion shillings.
We expected them to have a committee that goes round, know how much was allocated for this project and what is delaying, which is not in any of their documents. Despite the county having recruited its own county attorney, the private firms were engaged to represent the county in court cases without approval by the county executive committee. County executive made payments of 22.6 million in respect to legal fees to 6 law firms. Further documentation on how the law firms were identified were not provided for audit.
Do we have the county attorney in the room?
He should have been here, but he had
has he absconded duty?
The county could not explain why several projects, including a stalled market toilet worth just 1 million, have dragged on for 3 years. Other stalled projects include ECD toilets, with a committee questioning how the pupils were surviving under the circumstances.
How does a 1 million public toilet? Sorry?
I don't want to answer in a way that I could mislead the House, because I'm not sure about this specific one, because it could have even been that there was another toilet nearby.
And does it mean the ECDs, they're not having a toilet? Where are they going to? Are they using bushes?
I feel I've been specific enough in, for example, in saying, we vired. However, we shall do an addendum where we'll be able to give you what happened exactly when they vired. Where did that money go, or did it go to another project, or that sort of stuff?
Now, the Senate committee is calling on the EACC to step in and investigate how the payments were made to private legal firms without documentation, and to ensure those behind the irregularities are held accountable. Residents of Kitale town in Trans Nzoia County have expressed concern over a surge in gang-related crimes, including robbery. Tuan Ward MCA Dadi Were has called on the authorities to take action, saying machete-wielding gangs are terrorizing residents, especially at night.
magenge hatari ambayo yamejitokezea kutembea na mipini, mapanga na silaha zote butu ambazo zimekuwa wakinyanyasa watu wetu. Sasa ni karibu wiki mzima tangia siku ya Ijumaa, zaidi ya watu 30 wameumizwa, wengine wako hospitalini na wengine wanauguza majeraha nyumbani. Vijana hao wanaanza kutembea tu wakipata kwa barabara kuanzia saa 11 jioni mpaka saa 2 saa 3, na ni vijana ambao umri wao ni kati ya miaka 25 na miaka 15. Tumejaribu kadri ya uwezo wetu kuhakikisha kwamba tunaripoti visa kama katika asasi ambazo ni za serikali. Ajabu ni kwamba kufikia sasa hivi hatujapata kusaidika. Kuna mama zetu ambao wanafanya biashara pia wameathiriwa sana, wanapigwa, wananyang'anywa simu na fedha ile kidogo imepatikana.
In Kisumu, Nyanza Regional Commissioner Flora Mworwa says they've arrested several suspects in the wake of reports that gangs are terrorizing residents.
We have noted with great concern the emerging acts of illegal gangs within Kisumu County who have recently been engaged in unlawful activities including extortion, harassment of residents, intimidation of business owners, and general disruption of law and order. The security actors in the region take these developments seriously and warn that illegal gangs will not be tolerated in Kisumu or any other part of the region.
Remember to keep enjoying the EPL matches on our radio stations, that is Berur, Radio Maisha, as well as right here on SpiceFM. That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
That's it.
done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And very good morning. It is 8 minutes after 7 o'clock and you're tuned into the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. If you're watching on KTN Karibu and on our live streams on social media platforms across YouTube, Facebook and on X this morning, it is the 4th of September and we're getting into things proper today. On the 8th of September, if you happen to be or if you will be making your way to Mombasa, I want you to go to the City Blue Hotel. And if you're on the 10th of September, if you're in Eldoret, I want you to go to the Boma Inn. And of course, Nairobi on the 13th of September, I want you to go to the Move and Pick Hotel. And you're going to ask why? Well, the platform that matches your career choices or your future aspirations to a university institution that's going to do this for you at a destination of your choice is holding a study abroad world fair. This is Cradle, and Cradle is making sure that you get a chance towards your future when it comes to education. 575 institutions in 50 destinations are all represented on the Cradle platform. And so at these fairs that take place in Eldoret, Mombasa and Nairobi, there will be an opportunity for you to have face-to-face interactions with university representatives. There will be tailored guidance on career paths, visa and accommodation support, and you can make on-the-spot applications. As in, you can go to the fair, pick the university that you're interested in going to, make the application, and then you leave after having made your application with all your information in hand. That's what the fair promises. There'll also be a battle of the destinations, so you have an opportunity for one to play against the other, and you can make your choice on that day. We need to invite you, and in order for that to happen, for you to attend this free fair, we're going to ask you to register on the website. It's www.cradle.com or call today 0799 000 444. And then you were telling us about money.
Now, you see, after you've done all these, you've secured your place, you need a way of managing all this, right? So even after graduating, the next step is how then do you start making your wealth? And the time to make your wealth is now. Why do I say that? Because Standard Chartered Priority Banking says that there's never been a better time to create this wealth other than now. But even while you are doing it, how are you going about it? Are you just waking up to start creating wealth? How are you going about it? So Standard Chartered Priority Banking will give you a tailor-made service, bespoke portfolio that is Ndu oriented, that speaks to Ndu, speaks to Aseto, speaks to Okari. And all this is to ensure that your lifestyle is met today and your aspirations for tomorrow are equally in check. So whether you're building a portfolio or securing your legacy, Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers more than expertise. They offer trust, consistency, and a true partnership, because wealth isn't just about money, it's about the people and values behind it. Now start your journey with a trusted partner today. Email wealth.ke@sc.com. Standard Chartered Priority Banking, your time is now.
Indeed, asante sana for that. And of course, looking into the promise of what you can do with your wealth moving into the future. All right. Rapt attention is what was paid to the happenings around Nairobi County government, especially when it came to the governor and the proposed ouster motion by 80, and we'll look at that number in a bit, members of the county assembly. And then we have also then heard talks of a salvation and folks stepping in to make sure that that didn't quite happen and give the man a chance to then be able to do what he needed to do. That's the conversation that we'll be having this morning with a current member of the county assembly and a former member of the county assembly. But we'll take the one who's current and the one who's here. Shege Mwora is the member of the county assembly for Ngara Ward. I'm the Secretary General of the County Assembly's Forum. He's here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
How are you doing?
Good.
Yes? Good to have you here again.
Thank you.
Good to see you. We had a conversation when you were not here. So we said, you know what? How about these guys come and tell us exactly what happened and what we can look into. Nairobi being the biggest county, being the commercial and administrative county for the country. It's vital, it's crucial in the happenings of the country. So we'll talk about that just in a while. But Dennis Aseto is going to welcome you with today's proverb. We would like to hear interpretation of it.
Yeah. So when you hear Morocco, what do you think of?
Casablanca.
Marrakesh. Not even Chan 2024. At least we got a scalp of them before they won the cup itself.
See, every Kenyan thinks the same way. We beat the winners, so we are the winners, right? Yeah. So today we're in Morocco, a beautiful country. So you talk about tourism, cool. You talk about the traditional Moroccan carpet, really beautiful. You talk about phosphate that we use in the country for fertilizer. We import it from Morocco because they are one of the largest, one of the countries that produces it the most. So we benefit from each other as well. But let's go to the proverb today. And this today comes with a lot of positivity. Nothing lasts except goodness. Nothing lasts except goodness. How would you interpret that?
I would interpret it that if your intentions are clear, if your motives are good, then no matter the challenges, no matter the hurdles, you'll still see the end of the tunnel.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Even before the goodness, it doesn't have to be an act of goodness, but if you have an intent for goodness, it'll come out at the end of the day. I like that. Interesting. Even before it's done. What's inside matters. Indeed. All right. Key us into the machinations of what has been happening at the county. Last week, there were rumblings of a possible ouster motion for the governor led by members of the county assembly. Let's start there. Where did all of this come from in the first place?
Very well. I think let me start from a background. Since we got elected in 2022, what happens is that when you come in, there's some coziness, some bit of honeymoon, guys to settle. And that's how we started. And everyone thought, let's give everyone some chance to set up. 2023 went by. There were promises made. Then after 2023, guys realized things are not going exactly as you had suggested. You said, Apana, let's put up a few things in order. I got this. Give me time. And then 2024, of course, media, we had Gen Zs. And things started changing because, they usually, people are given like two years to settle and wait for your first grand plan to happen. After that, things start now to roll and people start asking questions. And that's what happened early this year. Again, with this thing happened nationally. The expectations of Kenyans in general, from head of state going down to MCA, the standard that Kenyans required of accountability actually rose higher decibels. And so if the newer guys were not used to this, if you're not used to hitting the ground running, then it caught you by surprise. And so people started agitating for quicker action in the county. So when we went for the long, actually after the budget passage, 30th of June, we went for the recess. And then now we are in the devolution conference, and then now when we in actually in recess up to 23rd of September, the speaker called for a kamkunji, and we were just to see how things are going, and guys were like, things are not going well, and we have been telling you, the leadership, to represent us when it comes to issues, executive issues, legislature. We now want to ouster the governor and his deputy. Like, wow. Usually, even the recent one of Kericho, usually assemblies are, kick out the governor first, and then maybe the deputy is given a chance. But Nairobians, last week, actually the Kamkunji happened on Wednesday, they were clear. We want all these guys out, and let's set this county back to how it's supposed to be. And they put up, as leadership, see how you're going to work this out, and call a special sitting next week. We put this thing into roll. And so when we asked ourselves, where are we? What's this? Why it's unique, number one, is that there has never been a situation where an assembly wants to impeach the governor and his deputy. So the grounds for the governor were actually well documented. For the deputy, usually they hide around, I was not given the roles. But guys were like, look, you've been in that cabinet, you have passed all these resolutions, you've been elected by the people, you cannot just be having free lunch. You also have a responsibility. What have you done to say things are not going the way they're supposed to be? Have you spoken to the assembly? Have you written any, letters to say things are not going well? So there was a unanimous agreement that we push the two motions to go. And then, of course, in the media, guys thought, these guys are joking. They are, nja. They need to, kutingisha. Yeah, and that was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then guys thought, they're going to be called. By Sunday, we, some guys called a backyard meeting in somebody's house, and like 60 guys showed up. And,
Were
guys said, yes.
Okay.
And, there's a conversation. We said, can we now, the grounds were put, anyone who believes in these grounds, can we put signatures? And within 10 minutes, we had 55 signatures. And by the way, mine was the first. And then on that evening, we met up with a few top leadership of the assembly, and former Prime Minister called them and said, can I have a discussion with your leadership tomorrow? And on Monday, we had a conversation with the former Prime Minister, and he was categorical that I know there's a problem, but also because you're in the top leadership, can we find a workable solution to this issue?
Okay.
And he was giving examples of, even him has been through very tough decision-making processes. And so, hard as it is, you are the leadership, find a solution that makes sense, because it can't just, what happens if it doesn't proceed to the Senate, or it goes to the Senate and it gets a crop. Meanwhile, as we're having this meeting, the ordinary folk was in the assembly doing a presser, and they pushed the signatures from 55 to 86.
Oh, okay. This was on Monday?
This is on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah. And we said, we hear you. And we juggled a couple of probable solutions, but here was the catch. The motion was not being supported by the leadership, it was not being sponsored by the leadership, it was members driven. And so we said this conversation must be done by the ordinary members as well. And so the thought was, why don't you...
This is what you're telling Raila Odinga?
Yes. And he was like, wow, you mean you guys we cannot straitjacket members they're the owners of this motion, they're the drivers, and as we speak here, the signatures have moved. They were shooting, the rallying call, clarion call was, we hit 100 strong. Nairobi is 123 members. So you need, actually the signatures we wanted is 42. 42 for tabling, that's a third. And if you have 84, that's 2/3. You better, once the motion is tabled, you have the grounds, it will pass in the assembly.
Yeah.
And so they are hitting at 100, and we are going to get this job done and go to Senate. And so without any push, that's what changed the narrative. No one is backing down. No one looks like there's a bigger hand sponsoring. It's morphing. And so... the leadership, we were like, we can't take people's desire out of their hearts and out of their hands, and jumble them in a straitjacket and tell them, hey, these are the probable solutions. So this discussion must be done in a wider, leadership, and bring all the members involved.
What were the numbers saying? Because 55 on a Sunday to 86 Monday.
Yeah.
And then knocking on 100 by the end of the day.
Yeah.
There's something that the members of the county assembly are saying.
Yes.
What is that? That they're not satisfied with the leadership of the governor? Or that, sure, there are going to be those who say, okay, well, this is fun. There's something that we're doing here, and folks seem to be putting their signatures, so let 10 or so join in. But with the majority of the people saying that they are not satisfied with the leadership of the governor for Nairobi County.
Yes, and in two levels. Number one, Nairobians were not satisfied, and they are still not satisfied.
Okay.
And they felt they've been let down by the governor, and they've also been left out by us for not being able to push him, to oversight him enough for him to be able to deliver. And so we've been trying to, having conversations, why don't we try this, the empty promises and all those kinds of things. So like, why don't we just put all these things in the bare? So that we don't look like we are the ones who are holding back and allowing all these things that people are happy with, and let it make it bare. Let people know what is happening. Let it go to Senate. If Senate wants to agree with him and return him, it will be off us. And so that public was not happy. Number two, our backbench were also not happy. The ordinary folk at the assembly, leadership, you've been too lenient. You've had enough meetings. We don't like the way the back and forth and the empty promises.
Wait, these are so you're saying back end meetings with the governor?
Yes.
Because I wanted to get to what were the grounds then for impeachment.
Yes.
Because one of the things that we were clearly hearing is that Governor Sakaja does not listen and is unavailable. So you're saying that before all these issues were riled up, there were conversations between the leadership and the governor?
Yes, and then we, even in as early as when we started 2 months, the first meeting, which was like exactly this date 3 years ago, we had a meeting in Mombasa, and personally asked the governor, 3 things are going to be your ropes that you'll use like Tarzan to second term. One, the issues like bursaries. Kenyans are very attached to bursaries, and especially the people who really need them. We've seen it. Please take a keen eye, put ring-fence educational support, and make it happen. Number 2, projects that are ward-based. You can have the capital projects that cut across the county and the wards and all that, but there are areas that people feel we elected you for that specific bridge, that market. They ring-fence some money to make sure that those ward-specific projects run unabated. Number 3, do an open-door policy. All these guys have been elected, all have various issues. When they have issues like disaster, like what happened in Embakasi sometime, when that member comes and tells you, we have a crisis, let them find you. Now, the governor doesn't operate a lot in City Hall. He has a private office. It's hard to access. If you access, it's also hard to get him. So guys gave up. And so...
he's supposed to be at City Hall.
Yes.
That's his official office.
Yes.
But
he'll show up.
And he'll show up,
but limited, number 1. And then number 2, the way to access. You've come, I don't know, you had no appointment, I don't know, the former governors, Sonko had a proper open door policy. Governor Kidero was like the next person after the one I'm meeting should be, or if he had actually scheduled meetings, I think it was Thursdays and I don't know, Mondays, between morning up to around 10. If you have specific issues that are wards, I'll open and have these conversations with you. Now, that is not the case.
But those 2 governors were based at City Hall. You'll find
yes, and remember, Sonko also had some issues when he had decided to operate from somewhere in Machakos. And one of the grounds that we had a problem at that time, and that actually led to one of his impeachment grounds, was that unavailability. And one of the tasks, one of the agreements was, can you return your base to City Hall? And there's a reason why there's the office is right in the middle of the city, so that even not us, even you, because you are the person who pays taxes, you own the city. If you wanted something and you need to come there and find the people you elected, and City Hall is one side, the executive side, this other side, assembly. Yes. And there shouldn't be so much barriers to even see me, and or even anyone else within that circle. And so once people find it difficult to interact with you and also your officers, then just it's a matter of time you will have problems. Yeah.
So Chege, we look at where all this started. You say when
the assembly was set up, I gave time, and there was this statement, I got this, but clearly he got none. So we look at further the conversations that are there. Raila says, I know there's a problem, let's try and fix it. But the question is, if there is a problem and clearly the assembly is out to try fix that problem, why does it seem as though the leadership of these political outfits are keen on seeing the governor remain in office than deal with the problem? Because if you look at the meetings that the two, one would call them the meetings between the two sides, UDA and ODM, we don't know what was discussed, but we know after the fact now there were resolutions that the man remains in office for the next 30 days. And with that, Kenyans are asking the question, at what point is it about us and not about the politicians, not about the governor, but us? Because delivery is to us.
Yes, I think I got caught, the thought process didn't complete. So on Monday we met former Prime Minister, His Excellency Raila. Tuesday we were called to State House because I also belong to Kenya Kwanza. So we met as a Kenya Kwanza, and the president again was clear. I knew there are problems. But I want to hear the problems. That's what happened on Tuesday. And he said, is it possible to come up with a solution? Now, where the president and former prime minister's questions were like, yes, we know there is a problem. But again, is the solution making a point by kicking him out? And what are the options that you have after you've kicked him out at the assembly? And we looked at all those solutions. Number one, we take him to the Senate. If he goes to the Senate, then what happens? If they uphold, then he goes out. And if they uphold the two, then we are in another an election cycle. If he returns, then again we find another way of do we revert into another motion, or do we sort out the issues that were making us get here in the first place? Or number three, NMS kind of arrangement. And so we looked at all the solutions, and what the 60 days came when the president says we were unanimous that why don't you let us do our thing, let him go to Senate, save him from there. And the president said, because we've never had this kind of conversation before, why don't we try and look at the issues that you're raising, give him a reasonable amount of time to sort. If it does not work, then I will have washed my hands. And we asked him, how long is
this is the president?
Time? Yeah.
Okay.
And give it to him. He really was a fair arbiter in terms of, I have had your issues, I'll hear his issues, and what is the middle ground. And when he said 60 days, I was actually, wow, I actually thought you'd say 6 months. So 60 days looked really realistic, because 60 days from now is early November, and we'll be in session. We will not be in recess. Yeah. So because now getting it, you have to get this leader of majority to convince the speaker to put to gazette a sitting, and there's a process. In November, we will be in session. And so 60 days looked realistic. What are the issues? Number one, the issues to do with is the city clean? We're having a problem with the management of solid waste management. Why can't we, there are areas, if you go to Mudhurwa, is a big, heap is now, I heard it's called Mount Sakaja. There's another one at Kawangware. These are illegal dump sites. Why can't we just get this garbage done? Number two, the road network. Why can't we even do the small patchworks? And I remember there's some in the budget making process, we agreed, why don't you ring fence some money, not for contracting, but for buying the material, so that we can be doing this small road maintenance, routine maintenance work without involving contractors and all. Number three, why are we allowing goons to run the city? We have security apparatus. Why don't we agree on a formula that makes, I was told that just this last week when a gang invaded Kimathi house and, like in broad daylight. Why are we getting ourselves in this kinds of mess? I guess because of political reasons and those kind of things. Why is this that when it rains, when it pours, it's the city's
Nairobi River.
Why can't we sort out the drainage, unclog those way before? Short trains are going to come in 2 months. What's the plan now? Those are the kinds of things that we're asking. We have the striking medics. There's been, they come and they camp at City Hall, putting their case. Why are you not moving and sorting it out? Recently, it happened even in my ward and 5 other wards. There were illegal evictions from county houses. We go to court. We get a court order to reinstate the status quo and allow the court process to go. And we actually censure the chief officer in charge of housing. The governor refuses to move with that decision of the assembly, in rampant disregard of, such a process. So all these issues and the monies that's supposed to be remitted to the county assembly from the shareable, whatever, makes us not even be able to buy water, tissue, and those are the issues that members were like, no. And those are just a few,
So these are a few big issues.
Yes.
Right? That again, Nairobi is the county essentially that steers the nation.
Yes.
Until I believe it's Vision 2030 that says Isiolo might now become an administrative capital for the country. But in the meantime, Nairobi bears the brunt of that responsibility.
Yes.
And it is also in terms of population, the largest, and it is also on the global scale, it's where the pin is.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So we're not just talking about anywhere, anybody, anything. This is a big deal. You have world headquarter institution capitals in Nairobi, and these are things that draw a lot of attention. So we're not talking about trivial matters here. And now, follow me where I'm going with this. These have been perennial problems for the last 2.5 going on to 3 years.
Yeah.
And according to you, that these are things that have been brought up and they have not been dealt with.
True.
So there's an ouster motion that's raised on Sunday. And then by Monday, the number had gotten to double of what is required for tabling.
Yeah.
And by the end of the day, it's triple almost the number. You have a meeting with former Prime Minister Raila Odinga on Monday. You have a meeting with the president on Tuesday, and then 60 days are given for something to happen, a clear up to be made. 3 years of perennial issues and not attending to those issues against 60 days of saying, well, let's get this done. And by your own admission, it would appear as though this is something that is irritating the president. You said you thought he was going to give 6 months, but he said, no, 60 days, clear this thing up. Do you really believe that in 60 days, what has been issues for 3 years will be sorted out?
Number one is that the governor would need to really pull up, a magical streak to make it happen in 60 days. But that is not the point. The point is there a motive and an intention to deal with these issues so that we see proper evidential movement within the 60 days, so that we see actually I really want to make this thing work. I really want to have a problem that makes sense, to sort out the problem. Like in the garbage issue, you can't sort it out in 60 days.
No.
But what are the practical steps? And the issue cannot be, I'm talking to this investor, I don't know what. Before you ink the pen put to the ink and all those things for this investor so that it can be waste through energy and we generate electricity out of the garbage, can we get it out of our streets first? And we have NMS. NYS and all these other guys, who at your level you can be able to speak, first of all, to get the illegal dump sites out of our streets. And we can talk about, once it's in the proper dumping site, then we can talk about how to, make these other processes go. And so those are the issues.
So my question before I break a train of thought.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify something. Did Sakaja early this year unveil 24 on top of the others from the previous years, refuse compacted trucks at City Hall.
Yes.
What do these trucks do? Well, if we have a garbage problem within the city,
Mm-hmm.
you're not talking about the exterior parts, the exterior wards. This is within CBD, within the city. What's going on?
The 24 trucks are the ones that carry skips. You know, the ones that carry the organized. Yes.
Yeah.
But you see, the heaps that are, all these mountains I'm talking about are not in organized bins so that you can come and collect. So in the 24, maybe a bit of it would also have been the ones that you can actually remove with a backhoe or something and load and take. Over and beyond the ones, because these other ones can only work in maybe markets and areas where the solid waste is actually captured in a bin and is organized. But then again, so therein lies you need a better plan of first of all how to stop the bleeding, and that is what is lacking, and so to me, there are people who also have trucks that are handling garbage maybe from a very low level, maybe from this house or from this estate, the smaller ones, the youth groups that also capture. Where is the plan that connects the ones that are collecting from these individual houses and going and adding to these illegal dump sites? That connection is missed somewhere. So that now you see whoever is doing that first mile and you who's supposed to do the overall and take it to Dandora. And that is an issue. When we saw that in Devolution Conference, there's a guy from Ghana. It's called Just Pongo. There's a very good presentation, and it really didn't look very complicated, because if you can be able to get garbage, sort it out, do recyclables and do these other ones. I mean, it's really a matter of collection and sorting and dealing. So the one that goes to infields goes to infields, the one that can be recycled into whatever. And even if you will have, it will take time to make it happen, but you will see movement. Because in that scenario, the ones, if you get the recyclables in a way that are back to the people who buy them, so the issue is collecting and getting it sorted and giving it to, making money out of it. And it didn't look very complicated. And if you go anywhere in the world, those people who've made it very easy for them to handle the garbage, the issue is collection happens every 2-3 days. Now, if it becomes every month or once a week, that's where the problems are. Yeah. So that is the major issue. But back to the 60 days. The 60 days reprieve, because members really felt we really want Nairobians to understand what we had against the governor. And we felt that if our bosses are requesting for some time for him to get his act together, let's meet halfway. Let's give you some reprieve, and also let's also continue in good faith. We allow you to put your house together and see what happens. But it will be upon him to really come back, get a plan, and see. Because we actually even signed something yesterday. The president met us on Tuesday and actually met us again on Wednesday. And yesterday the plan was now today we are not saying who went wrong. We are not talking about the problems. What's the way forward? What are we to expect within the 60 days? And that's why we argued. We actually nailed down to about 3 points. One, on the pending issues, things like they're supposed to be done, they're in the backlog. Two, the continuous daily activities, and 3 good governance issues where the things I had mentioned needs to be sorted out, and we need also to review maybe in 30 days and then in 60 days and then make a decision. And so some of us who are working on this, we decided this is the time now to bring Nairobians on board so that you also be part of let's wait and see. In 60 days, these are the things that we thought that needs to be sorted out. If they're not sorted out, then we come back and ask ourselves what is the next way forward.
But Shege, why did you change your minds? On Sunday, you were very clear. On Sunday, we got the briefings. We all got the updates. We were told where all of you were and what you were going to do.
Yeah. We didn't change our minds.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
You were going... by your own admission,
yes,
by the end of Monday, if you had all the signatures, you were going to wrap up the business and take it to Senate.
Yes.
By Monday evening, you would have been in Senate, save for the intervention of Raila Odinga and the president.
Yes.
So what was this that would have closed the gap between Monday evening and tabling this thing before Senate? And a conversation whereby everybody said, okay, fine, let's hold on, let's give him a chance. You weren't ready to give him a chance on Sunday, but you were ready to give him a chance on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
We are in a political environment. And if you're in a political environment, the way this thing also works is that if you call ourselves the way we were called by the president as Kenya Kwanza, and the way ODM also, and we actually admit earlier, as I said, as both leadership. The issue was what we're asking for is a reprieve. If it doesn't happen, continue. In the days of last governor, Sonko, I remember we also had the same problem. And the person who had the motion and was asked, please give him 6 months. And he was actually given 6 months. After 6 months, President Uhuru and Raila at that time were now saying, we agree, he can actually go. So sometimes, to be honest, Ukraine is fighting Russia. But as in they're fighting, they're talks. Israel is fighting Palestine, but there are talks.
Was any money paid to members of the county assembly to back off on this motion?
Not really.
Not really, or not at all, Shege?
Let me say for myself.
Let's be very clear about what the chatter on the ground is.
All
right? That in light of conversations around bribery for decisions to sway in a particular direction, that people who can be so vehement in one position 24 hours prior and then on the next day are walking with the governor in solidarity. One must ask, was money paid to members of the county assembly either from the office of Raila Odinga or the president for members of the county assembly to now say, all right, fine, let's back off and give you 60 days to fix this thing or we'll be back?
Let me be very clear. Number one, we were not given any money. Number two, if we are now working and we've quote unquote kissed and made up and we want everything to be rose, I would not be here saying the same issues and saying give us 60 days, let's see. And so of course, outside there, everyone might think, these guys must have been given money or they've been told to the party line. But really, give it to those principles in the sense that they actually listened and actually saw our point and anger. I remember I was told that when the governor went for the ODM meeting, it was really pretty rough, like he really got it straight from the members. And so, and if you look at even our charts, guys are like, today is 59 days, we are on countdown. So really, what is just the respect of the party leaders, and we said 60 days is really not much. And getting it happening and within a recess moment. Politics really would have happened if the same moment happened when we are not on recess, then it would have been a very different
situation. Two quick questions. There's also an element where maybe you are raising, or rather the MCAs are raising the stakes to get to an impeachment conversation because as it is, the governor ataona watu nyuma. There's that conversation, watu wataonwa usiku kwa hoteli fulani, watu watakutana, those conversations. Secondly, so that's the first question. Secondly, and a quick one, did Sakaja in any of these two meetings, first it was with the ODM representatives, then State House with Kenya Kwanza, was he given a chance, because you're telling the president these are the problems, day two, this is what we think will be the solutions. Did Sakaja ever say anything?
Yes. In the meeting that I was in, number one, we are not raising stakes. We already had the stakes. And if you follow from Wednesday until this Wednesday, if money had been changing hands, then it surely would not be piling up the numbers. The numbers have been going up and up. Then you'll be finding there's another team coming and countering, no, we have decided, I don't know what. Then number two, was he given a chance? Yes, he was given a chance. What was his response? Number one, of course, he asked for a second chance. He's never been a governor before. Give him time. I'm not an angel. Everyone makes mistakes. Please give me a chance. We said, it's fine. 60 days looks a realistic chance. Let's see what happens.
Check it. So I also have to say, former member of the county assembly for Roysambu Ward is Peter Waruteri, and he's here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Sometimes I know this place is hard to find.
I know. I really lost it.
Let's take it like that.
But then I'm glad I'm here.
Thank you so much for coming. All right, well, joining us in the conversation, and we'll come into it in the few minutes that we have left. Aseto.
Yeah, so Chege, so let me just ask him before I lose my train of thought. Chege, as you're having these discussions about the governor, there is also the Mwananchi,
yes,
who donated this power to you. And it is them, if it's the Mount Sakajas that you're talking about, it is them who live with them.
Yeah.
And with all these, they're the ones who are now saying or alleging that money exchange hands.
Yeah.
When you go back to your ward, you as Chege, what are your constituents telling you?
Even before going, they've been calling and says, ulituangusha bana. So but to be honest, why we've decided, and I think my colleagues are also in the other media stations saying, let's get the public into this thing and let's agree that we're actually giving you a chance and it's timed. So we want the social contract to be held by the public and to be held by the Nairobians, so that they say, we gave you a reprieve. If it's not going to happen, what are the options? And the options is, again, we retable the motion with the better grounds, because now we'll even have given you a chance and you also didn't do anything with the chance. And so for us, the most important thing is to make sure that Nairobians feel that service was done. And us, as oversight, did we do our oversight role in the way that was required? Yes. Us as politicians, did we have a conversations even with our party bosses and agreed, maybe let's give him a chance? 60 days for me is really very reasonable, very realistic. I hope he has learned his lessons. From 1st of November, you'll hear a very different conversation. Yeah.
Waruteri, you are in the assembly before, and it is during a time that Sonko was impeached. Yeah. So during that entire conversation on impeachment of Governor Sonko, what led to you guys finally saying this guy has to go? Hatutaki kumsikia anymore.
Allow me first and foremost to really apologize for getting a little bit late. Number two, this guy, we were in the same class. He's a good friend of mine.
This guy being Chege.
This Chege Maura. and let's be honest, Chege Maura is an honest man. SG, let's all agree that they had you guys had followed the right path, and you allied towards the head. We must agree. I come from the point of Wajiko. And the truth of the matter is, manage it hard. We all said that Baba, our hope for the longest, went, talked to his MCAs. Our guys from the other side of UD were called yesterday, and as I know, I've been here. I've been elected for 2 terms, and I know what happens. The truth of the matter is, managed hands. Guys were told that we are not going to go to this election, and it is sad that the president.
Wait, you're saying?
Yes.
Because you move very fast, huh?
That money changed hands.
Money changed hands.
Fact, money changed hands.
How much money are we talking about, and where did this happen?
Is it Odiga Center? Money changed hands. I don't want to quote the figures, but the truth of the matter is, money changed hands. Yesterday also, money changed hands. I know SG is an honest man and a good man for that matter, but for them to give Sakaja 60 days, something must have gone to the pockets.
How do you know if you weren't there?
I've talked to people. I have told you I've served for 2 terms. I have colleagues, and I don't want even to mention the figures. Number 2, I want to congratulate a special person Waithera Chege took the bull by the storm. The city is a city of garbage. Nairobi is not working completely. For the president to tell us like he's fighting corruption, and 2 days later he talks to the MCA, Baba talks to the MCAs, the motion is set aside for 60 days. That's a huge disservice to Nairobi. I don't know what my brother Chege and others are going to tell, how they are going to convince us that money never changed hands for whatever happened. Number two, I was in the camp that saved governor, tried to save Lada, because Sonko was never impeached. The reality of the matter is like we had 65 MCAs in Mombasa, and just as might happen, I'm not so sure, the government used unorthodox means to get Sonko out of office. And I'm telling you, Sakaja is on laxity of time. Soon it's going to happen. Unorthodox means are going to be used to ensure that this governor is out of office, and NMS is coming in.
So if there is an orthodox means of still having him, why wait? Why don't just get rid of him? Why would they work so hard to still maintain him there?
We all know what happens, oiling of special people. When that happens, then the people are told to an MCA, tuseme tu kweli ni mtu mdogo. So when Baba tells his MCAs, nimesema I don't want that impeachment motion to continue, trust you me, because they are looking for their certificates in 2027, they'll go back and say, but wait a minute, whatever you're doing is not right.
But what's the interest of Baba and the president? Because we don't see, well, you can assume it's the capital. The seat of power is in Nairobi. Maybe that's the reason. But really,
yes,
what is the interest? Because Raila had 2 meetings prior to now the president meeting the Kenya Kwanza MCAs at State House.
It lasted 8 whole hours. I won't tell you this. Even if you are the president today, Nairobi being the capital city, would you allow, because these guys are, the election that they were taking, they wanted to impeach both the governor and the deputy governor. Would you allow a by-election for Nairobi to take place?
Why not?
They are scared. I come from DCP. This is not a ground. I can tell you for a fact, if a by-election was held today, we would chase UDA, ODM out of the office. Wait till November 27. UDA will not even get 1 member of parliament, not even an MC. We are going to be in Kariobangi. And the truth of the matter is, like, the president is scared. Baba is scared. They don't want to go the way, the Kawajiko way, the way UDA picked and labbed Uhuru through and through. That was to happen. If that was to happen, it will be a sad day for this country. I know they might not even have the resources to do that, but a scared government like UDA will not allow any opportunity to be tested at this time.
Let me say this. In our conversations, especially with His Excellency the President, the issue was impeachment. Then what? If it goes to Senate, then what? I'll give you a classic example of Kericho. Kericho has done this in their second attempt to do the impeachment. The first one went, it was knocked off because actually an appeal, preliminary objection at the Senate, it was voted out. They mastered it again. When I was seated waiting to come in, I saw my colleagues in Kericho saying, we are going to do it again. And so, really giving a reprieve instead of the back and forth really is fair. Number two, the issue of the president, what's the interest, as Dennis is asking. Nairobi, as Ndu said, is a pin. And so it's very difficult for the heads of the major political actors not to put their hands on. When we had the NMS administration happening, the beauty is that the bulk of the activities that you saw them do were also being shouldered by the national government. What has happened now? NMS left the national government with a 16 billion deficit, and so that's one of the issues. What is the interest of the president? Is I do not want another, my plate is already full. I don't want a situation that I'll have to shoulder that will also push my budgetary allocations to Nairobi, yet I have the whole, his picture of the country is on a different level, yet you guys can handle your issues in Nairobi. So those are the major issues.
So at the presidential level, you can then understand.
I can understand.
But Sakaja is not an ODM representative.
True.
And Raila is defending Sakaja. What is Raila's interest?
How does Raila come into this? Is because he has the majority members, and so Sakaja has been, the broad-based thing, balancing on both sides, and so maybe he would try and lean there, thinking, and of course. The way their politics is geared is that once Baba says it becomes law. So he was trying to take that advantage. But again, he was really carpeted. But what is important and fundamentally important to get is that we must be clear as Kenyans, who are we putting in office? Because at the end of the day, it's your skunk. If you get leaders that you're not very clear, they're not very credible, and you have a very good game plan with it, remember you have 5 years, unless something happens. And even if it happens, the way decisions are made at the assembly is that it's collegial. It's not a one person making all these decisions. So
okay, let's ask the question and get it in here really quickly. I mean, I know we'll probably take a few more minutes into this conversation. But what happens after 60 days? By your own admission, the things that are going wrong in the city are gargantuan.
Yes.
The garbage issue is not going to be sorted in 60 days. The water issue is not going to be sorted into 60 days because there are goons who perpetuate these goonism. That's not going to be sorted in 60 days. There could be, I'm sorry, but an I'm sorry is not an I'm sorry unless action is changed, right? So what happens after 60 days when these things will probably not have been achieved? What happens then?
And then we pick that, we revisit, we have...
you have another conversation with two principals?
No, we're not having a conversation because actually they said after 60, if it's not working, we had done our part. So for us is to pick it up from there and then take the conversation to the House and also to Nairobi, and so that you see and we layer everything.
Rotary doesn't seem to agree.
If you ask me, it's a sad situation coming from a very intelligent man here, telling us Nairobians we have to wait for 60 days to fix the longs that are there. Don't you think Wajiko is not getting the right value for money? This is a city of garbage. If what has not worked for 3 years will not work in 60 days, let's be realistic, my brother. What has not worked for a whole 3 years will not, they will not have any quick fix in 60 days. You are giving a bad governor a reprieve of 60 days to continue messing up with Nairobi, to continue doing things the way he's, the Sakahora thing. The governor does not even work from the office. He works from a funny residential area. This is a governor who has not been to the office. I can even count the number of times that he's been to that office. And then here you are, there's the MC is saying, thank you, we need another 60 days to fix what has not been fixed in a whole 900 days. Is this realistic? Shegamo, just a minute, Dennis. Shegamo, I want to ask you this, as a kind brother, a big brother. What will Wajiko say when Wajiko hears that to the tune of 100 million changed hands? Quite a lump sum amount changed hard for you to give a governor a reprieve of 60 days. What will happen? And if you ask me,
before you even proceed, because you're the one making the allegations, what are the receipts? What evidence do you have? Because so far what you're saying is just talk.
Thank you, my brother. Are we talking? Are we looking at a government that even at the highest level, the holder of the office said what normally happens? I've been there. I know what happens. What will Wajiko say when he realizes? And we will get facts. The gentleman at the top said what happens when we do the billing and serve in the National Assembly. The same is replicated at this level. I am saying, and I'm putting it to my good friends at that level, that Wajiko is putting them on notice that come 2027, if this mess is not fixed, then they'll have a lifetime.
There's a question of irregular hiring of staffers. There's corruption from the Auditor General, the reports that have been done, Shege, because you are currently serving. I'm just wondering, the ballooning, pending bills and all those conversations, were these parts of conversations that you had with the head of state plus Sakata, the corruption at the county? A lot of money that has been lost.
Yes, and the president said he wanted to see that part of allegation, and actually told him straight, if there is good in evidence, EACC will come for you straight. And so it was not an easy meeting, by the way, and it's not it wasn't like when kijana wetu. No, it was a tough give and take, and our only give was 60 days. For me,
was the 60 days. So Raila gave 30 days. The president gave 60 days, so the 30 within the 60 days. Who was suggesting this 30 and the 60 days? Was it the MCAs themselves, or was this coming from Raila and Ruto?
MCAs wanted now.
Yes.
You see? And the reprieve from the bosses was like, give him some time. And the question was, how much time? And so really, 30-60 is really...
So who came up with the 30-60?
I wasn't in the ODM meeting, but I would suggest maybe it could be the Prime Minister. 60 yes was the President on our side. And it really looked realistic. And some of the things we actually trying to put up an implementation plan. And we realized some of things actually we will not be able to. But we said, like from your first proverb, let's look at the intent. Let us see deliverables. If there are payments that we are saying that needs to be pushed to some pending bills, you might not be able to make all, but let's see a sizable chunk moving and see a plan of the rest within the next whatever days.
Simple question. Do you believe that the changes you're asking for will be delivered in 60 days if they have not been done in 2 years?
I have a personal opinion, and I'll let you know immediately. But the first thing is that if you also in an agreement, you also must be in good faith, give him a chance. But knowing him, my heart is not very convinced, but let's just give him time.
Okay. Well, some of these conversations continue to the next hour, but we want to thank you both for being here. It is not dead, obviously, because there's a time on this conversation in terms of what will be happening. The questions then that rise to the top is what happens to the residents and inhabitants of Nairobi within that period of time. But let's look and see, and we'll continue with the conversation. Shegemora, thank you so much for being here. He's the member of the County Assembly for Ngara Ward. And let's see how we can continue this conversation, shall we? All right, thanks folks for being here. It's 5 minutes past 8 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation continues after this.
5.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yeah, it is 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It is Thursday, Justice Thursday. We're getting into a number of conversations this morning, and they continue as we get into it. All right. Even as we move into things, book the calendar. 8th of September, 10th of September, 13th of September, Mombasa, Eldoret, Nairobi, at the Blue Inn Hotel, at the Boma Inn, and at Movenpick. What's happening? It's a study abroad world fair that's taking place in those 3 destinations, and it's going to give you insight into 50 plus destinations where 575 colleges and universities are up for grabs for you to then attend. You with your parents with your children, you can then attend these fairs that will be taking place between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. You get to meet the folks at the universities, you get to talk to representatives, you can get your accommodation and visa support all sorted out. You can even make applications on the go. The destinations will have the battle of the destinations. They're going to play amongst themselves, and you can make a decision where you would want to go into the future. And this is all based on your career aspirations. Cradell is making this happen because they're the one platform that matches your desire and your future aspirations to universities and destinations. What better way to then be able to get a university education? Do it with Cradell. Log on to the website www.cradell.com and get an invite to one of these 3 fairs taking place in these 3 cities, and then you will then be able to attend. Sawa on those days. If you need to call, do it. 0799 000 444. About our money?
Yes, so we've made our money today. It is secured. We've been given proper advice, and it's bespoke to us. The next difficult question is, how do you secure this money? What's the security looking like? Because at the end of the day, it is difficult and sad that you would work so hard to create this wealth, and then due to bad advice, it is lost. Due to market downturns, it is lost. But Standard Chartered Priority Banking is focusing on wealth protection, risk management, and smart decision support, because this is the pillar of the business. Now, from safeguarding your assets against market shocks to guiding you with the expert portfolio, you get clarity and confidence for the long term. Now, whether it's real estate or global investments, the advice is personalized, tailor-made to you. Okari loves to call it bespoke, personal to him, and strategic. Now, you grow wisely, protect what matters, and plan for what? For tomorrow. How do you get on these? Email wealth.ke@sc.com, because Standard Chartered Priority Banking tells you your time is now.
Your time is now. And no time than other than the present for us to get into our next conversation. And let's do it now. Willis Chen is an advocate of the High Court. Law versus leadership. We're seeing so many things happening. Just looking at the news, whether it was former governor of one of Bomet County, whether it's just former governor of Bungoma County, whether it is an impeachment, so many things happening at the same time. And we're looking at law versus leadership and conducting county business under a cloud of charges. Willis Ochene, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm okay, despite the circumstances.
Despite the circumstances?
Yes.
While you were away?
Yes.
While you were away,
yes,
people went to court.
Yes.
And charges were preferred. Mm-hmm. And people spent the nights in the cells. Mm. And the charges were then laid out the next day. And it would look as though things are happening in order to encourage the law and order. But of course, we'll go into that conversation just a little bit more. Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb. It would be lovely to hear how you interpret it.
We are in the home of 2024 champions, Morocco. A country that is known for its phosphate. What do you know? When you talk about phosphate, you talk about fertilizer. Right? Kenya and agriculture, DAP comes to mind.
Yes.
And it's also a country whose tourism is great. Okari wants to go there soon, wants to test
He says it's for the food.
For the food. He's going there for the food.
We understand.
So when he goes there...
Not food. You don't call it food. You call it cuisine.
Oh, sorry. For people who are wealthy, not rich.
Food is for poor.
Okay.
Let's like rest and sleep are different.
Okari wants to go taste the Moroccan cuisine soon. When he goes there, these guys will have a proverb for him. But for today, you will help him interpret. Nothing lasts except goodness.
That simply tells us that all your evil things that you do will come to light. And it's more of a moral call to do the right thing, to do good. Yes, that's how I interpret it.
Okay. Wakil has interpreted.
Thank you.
Yes.
Amenda na uppercut. No time to breathe.
No, shoot from the hips.
I don't inject so
you have to wait for the gun to be removed from the holster and bring it to eye level. Nah, bring it from the waist. Let's go.
Even Kenya Kwanza will not last. It's not
You're
good.
not waiting for the conversation to build, Buana.
It's not good.
So, this week alone, between Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we saw charges brought against former and current governors, right? But let's look at the two that questions around what can actually happen when bosses of the counties, and we're looking at huge amounts of money, 70 million, close to hundreds of millions of shillings having disappeared. Well, I say money doesn't disappear, it is taken, people take it. And those charges then brought, we're looking at Professor Hilary Barchok, we're looking at former governor, rather not former, but Wangamati. We're looking at these cases, and then we're also pushing it against what Justice Mumbe Ngogi had said previously, that when we see such charges brought against folks who hold that public office, that they should not be in office. We have seen also that Trans Nzoia governor George Natembeya has been asked to be away from his office for 60 days while investigations are taking place. I mean, and it goes on and on and on. So there seems to be a cloud, and we're not really quite sure, okay, what is happening here? With these charges, should we see that this behavior stops? You stay away from office, you step aside completely? We seem to be in a wave of a bit of a chaos. Wakili.
You know, in my view, we have to be serious. All I see is just smoke screen. Because, and an opportunity to settle political scores. Look at even the choice of governors who are being tried. Barchok has his fights in Bomet, I think instigated by the senator. Wangamati has his fights with Wetangula in Bungoma. Natembeya, same. Then you look at even the charges. When you look at all these charges, you find conflict of interest, and the quantum of what is being indicated are measly. Some of them 2 million. That's now directly linked to the governor. The others are escorters, charged now other officers. So I don't believe that there's a genuine fight against corruption. If you want to catch these governors or people involved in acts of corruption in the counties, the quantum will be higher. When you start telling me that conflict of interest and acquiring an asset worth 2 million, you are charging Nyamweya with an offense that ideally will be bribery. Getting a public benefit, 1.2 million.
Yeah.
And you're not charging the person who allegedly bribed. Does it really speak to the substance of fighting corruption? It doesn't. Look at the ones for Angamati. Conflict of interest again. So that to me is what I say. And the sums, the quantum vis-a-vis what will have been at stake is not serious. Because on the measly ones, you could charge everybody. And all the ones who are being taken to court, you can clearly see a political contest with a particular person in Kenya Kwanza government at the back of it. You can always point. So this is not a genuine fight, and Kenyans should not be hoodwinked.
Why would you say that? Let's look at the case of former Governor Wangamati, for example, charged in a 10 million shilling corruption scandal. From what you're saying, comparable to what? Is this 10 million shillings a measly amount? He was then released on a cash bail of 1.5 million shillings, and the case is to be heard on the 17th of September. One would assume that this is making a significant step in the fight against corruption, because people say, give us the big fish. Okay, so here's one big fish, we're giving it to you. But then we say, okay, well, it's not really an intent to fight corruption, Wakili?
No. What I'm simply saying is this. If you're genuine about fighting corruption, by the time you're going for that former governor, we should be seeing a significant quantum vis-a-vis what was devolved to that unit. What they're going on, in my view, compared to what is at stake, is a measly figure. So it tells you, and the primary charge, conflict of interest.
Yeah.
What is that? Go for the meat, not the bones. They are not doing that. And I'm telling you, it's purely to do with Bungoma politics and the realignments in that locality. It's not a genuine fight. If I could see substance, you should even have shared with us the statements, the exhibits that you're going to use in the proceedings, that to show and demonstrate money moving hands from A to B. I've not seen it. Some of the people they're even summoning in Wangamati's case are even dead people.
Sadly.
Why? It simply tells you no one is even doing his work. If they're doing their work and doing proper investigations and prosecutions, you'll come with a tight charge sheet. In the US, for example, when the FBI or serious crimes knock on your door, people never go for trial because they've done their investigations, the evidence is watertight. All you do is start negotiating a plea bargain. How much am I taking? Am I going? For how many years am I going in? How much am I sending back to the state? But these ones, just gaslighting the people.
So, Wakili, as we talk about proper investigations being done before the charges are taken to court, you find most of the time is fine, let's pick them up, let us take them to court and ask for more time to conduct investigations. And here is a point where even the courts are asking, why then bring someone before court if you have not finished the investigation? And asks the question, are we really serious when we talk about fighting corruption, or is the fight against corruption just being used as a political gimmick?
It is a political gimmick. In fact, anytime you see this state go to court and ask for time to hold someone, it means they have no case. It's when they're looking for a case. To them, the presumption of innocence does not exist. It is just a political desire to have you arraigned in court on that day or in that week. They want to score political points on that day. That is why they'll drag you to court and then ask the court, give us time to conduct investigations. Can you block him from accessing his office for 60 days? You had all the time to conduct your investigations. No one stopped you from going into that office. ESCC has been going to people's offices here, conducting raids in counties. When it comes to particular county officials, like now in the instance of Natembeya, they now say, oh, we are still conducting our investigations. Then what are we doing in court? If you are still conducting investigations, what are we doing in court? Because the decision to charge, by the time you make a decision to charge someone, on your point, you should be convinced that I have sufficient evidence that will persuade a court to convict. You cannot be dragging someone to court, and then yourself, you are not even sure. Where is even the fairness of the trial process? If I've been dragged to court, and the investigator is still saying, I lack certain evidence that will help me to get a conviction. So why are we in court then? Get the evidence, get the material, satisfy the due process of the law, then bring this person to court. So that by the time we go to court, in the ideal, on corruption cases, if you asked me, we should go to court today, take a plea, and the court says we are starting our trial in 7 days' time, and we'll be doing it every day, because the prosecution is ready with its watertight case. But in our instance, you are dragged to court. Some of these instances, Barchok, I think, and Wangamati, witness statements have not even been released to the defense. They are still not ready for even pre-trial. And you think that is a fight against corruption?
And haven't we seen things like this where even in terms of preparation for such trials, and then unfortunately later on, this I think was a record year when we saw in the beginning of the year so many cases thrown out of the courts, and corruption cases, mind you, that, you know, the ODPP said, well, you know, lack of evidence, chuck it out the window, lack of evidence, chuck it out the window. Justices this time have even told the ODPP, you're wasting our time. You're putting together court time that essentially we could use for doing other things to reduce our backlog. And then here we are with charge sheets that are at best mediocre, evidence sheets that don't, like you said, samples, evidence. We don't even know what logs look like. And then somewhere down the line, what do we hear? For lack of evidence, we have no choice but to drop such cases. Do we see that it's a recipe to take us in that direction with some of the things that we are seeing right now?
Of course, you know, I feel sorry for the judges who entertain this nonsense, because they think the objective was rule of law or fighting corruption. In most of these instances, the objective has got nothing to do with the law. It has got everything to do with politics. Somebody is trying to clip another politically and abusing the criminal justice system to pursue that objective. So, and it is meant to be optics for the day or for the week. Or you want to delay, you want to stall someone from moving politically. You want to put some brakes on Natembeya politically. So drag him to court, tell him he cannot go to his office for 60 days.
You make it,
to delay.
But you make it seem as though there is a puppet master, Willis, who is pulling the strings, and that is how we get arrests happening. You make it seem like there's an upper and a hidden hand in these cases going to court.
Are you a stranger in Jerusalem?
Where is Jerusalem?
Jerusalem, Nairobi is the new Jerusalem. Because obviously there's a puppet master, and I've told you, look at the governors who've who've been arraigned in court in the recent past. Started Natembeya. Natembeya was running wild with his Tawe movement in Western. In a way, it's saying Natembeya, Wetangula Tawe, Mudavadi Tawe, Ford Kenya Tawe. They had to put a brake to Natembeya. That is why he was dragged to court. It had got nothing to do with fighting corruption. Because when he went to court, what did the prosecution ask? That we need to have him remanded because we've not concluded our investigations. That statement coming from the states, we have not concluded our investigations. And if you're a prudent lawyer, you ask yourself then why are we here?
Because in order for us to be at the court process, the investigations ought to have been concluded for you to have collected all the necessary evidence, isn't it?
Yes. Okay. And fairness will require, remember, an investigator, a prosecutor, has to be fair even to the suspects. And for you to be fair to him, you must have done your entire process and even taken his caution and charge statement. where you tell him this is the nature of evidence we have against you. We intend to prefer the following charges against you. What do you say? Well, by the time we are going to court, in the minds of the investigator, you are as good as guilty. But here we witness with Natembeya, he is dragged to court, and the first statement the state requests after reading of the charges, we need more time to conclude our investigations. If I was a judicial officer, right there I will strike out that charge sheet. Because if in the more time you find evidence that does not discriminate the accused, exonerates him, what do? Yet you are dragged him in court, full glare of cameras, high drama. You are now charging him with these offenses. I'll tell you, your charge sheet is defective. Because if you're asking me for time to conclude investigations, we cannot be here.
So, Wakili, whenever these conversations happen, the president came out and said, we are leading the fight against corruption. Then a few days, you start seeing all these heads rolling and whatnot. And it's a conversation now that pegs on judicial officers and whenever these courts, whenever these cases go there, and preparations of investigating agencies. And there is an individual here says that all we do is lament even when the right thing is happening. That all we do wake up every day is open the book of lamentations even when there is right being done. How do you then marry these together in the sense that even when there is prosecution or a suspect is in court, justice has to be followed, and that we must see the intention of fighting corruption?
You know, the problem with that individual is that those are the people who want us to hide our head under the sun, and we must tell them the truth. We are not lamenting. We are reading from the book of Proverbs and the songs of Solomon and the Psalms of David. We are calling out bad governance. If he calls it lamentation, good for him. It's my right to lament if he so calls it. And it is right to say we are lamenting. But what we must say is this. If you are genuine about fighting corruption, fight corruption. But you cannot offer us sideshows and then you expect kudos. Because as Ntu says here rightfully, how many times have we seen these charges being dropped? You tell me in the last 10 years, or even since devolution came in, which governor has been convicted? Which governor has been convicted of a corruption offense? And you're telling me the problem is lamentation? It can't be. Because if these were genuine investigations, I've told you, the FBI knocks your door in the US. I assure you, by the time they knock that door, all you are doing is plea bargain. Because they've done their investigations, they have a watertight case against you, they have all the evidence. Knocking the door is just now to summon you, to read for you what they have against you, ask what your view is before you are charged. And your view normally is, let's end a plea deal here. I'll surrender the following, I can serve 2 years, 3 years. So I save you the onerous task of going through a trial process. But in Kenya, in the last, now almost 13 years, not a single conviction has been achieved by ESCC against a governor.
On corruption?
On corruption. Not a single. I'm not talking of two.
What about Waititu?
Waititu's case that came in, maybe that's the one you can say there's a conviction that they obtained.
There is Sonko.
Sonko was not convicted. Kidero was not convicted. Who has been convicted? It's only Waititu.
Does this then mean, Willis, from what I'm hearing, because it's talking about law leadership, then all these governors, you just need a little amount of dirty and to be on the wrong side for the government to come for you through this.
That to me is the point.
Through these charges.
That it's coming for you. Is it pursuit of justice?
So then it appears everybody has some dirty. But as long as you're dirty, be on the right side of dirty. And I want to bring the perspective of the conversation we've just had this morning on Sakaja. Well, there are corruption allegations, among other things, leveled against him. But the two quote-unquote broad-based government principles came to his rescue. Was it because he was on the right side? Still with the right amount of dirty?
Let's look at it this way. Even as we discuss corruption, we have also oversight institutions who should be playing their primary role, even before we get to court. One of them at the county level is the county assembly. I do believe that even before a governor is charged, if all these institutions were working, you will be having reports from the county assembly. We will be having reports from the Auditor General on the questions of corruption. We will be having reports from the Controller of Budget. But in this particular instance, you don't see some of these institutions working. Some of them have issued reports, being fair to them, like the Auditor General's office. But county assemblies, look at the instance of Sakaja. MCAs go out in public, they make all manner of noise, shouting, screaming, singing, almost funeral dirges, that they have decided Sakaja must be impeached. And I pose the question, show us the grounds of impeachment and the evidence in support of those grounds. I didn't see them. I just saw general statements. Next thing, they are in a party, they're having party caucuses. The ones who are shouting the loudest are now saying they have dropped. So does it mean that the allegations that they are making were false? Or does it mean that they've accepted that the wrongs that Sakaja is accused to have done can now be ignored? Because now the oversight functions of the assembly are not being conducted by the assembly. They are being conducted outside the formal structures of the constitution. Because what ODM, for example, was doing with his MCAs, what Ruto is doing with his MCAs, where does it sit in terms of oversight functions of the county assembly? It doesn't. So it's political convenience. This was purely, in the case of Sakaja, it was now just political convenience, where the political legacy politicians believe we don't need to go through this. Let's excuse it. Let him say, I'm sorry, and we move on. But you're sorry for what is sorry? Sorry is a very painful thing in this particular instance, because sorry connotes acts of corruption.
Wrongdoing.
Somebody actually did tell me something that is very quite sad. That Nairobi County in 5 years is going to have spent almost 1.5 billion dumped at Roy sewage. This dish in a county thing. 5 years down the line, what will you have to show for it? Have we conducted a proper oversight as an assembly on that project? When it comes to garbage collection in this city, has it been done? So these are questions that the county assembly ought to exercise oversight over. They are not. They are now using political expediency to, in a sense, ignore serious questions of governance. And Sakaja, or any governor for that matter, when they are out of the hook, to them, they not answer to the MCS or the people of Nairobi. They'll answer to the political godfathers, to whom they know are the singular voters for them.
You seem to be saying that the politicians' playground now is anywhere where good governance should actually stand. And that, as you say, you know, there are institutions that have been set up to maintain law and order, such as the EACC, and to call out situations where things have gone awry. And also that the judiciary now might be a playground for these things to happen. Let's have you in court, you take plea, we grant you cash bail, investigations continue, you do whatever is called for mention, and then it's wrapped up in court for years and years. It would not be we have people who've been impeached who are saying they would run for president. There are people who were convicted, members of parliament, convicted, sentenced, then came out, it's ludicrous, ran for office, were voted back in, and are sitting members of parliament today. So it's as though it's a playground. You can come in, do whatever you want, and then the rule of law is, you know, a suggestion that's sitting in the corner, hoping that somebody will pay attention to it one day.
It's judicial
Sounds like that's what it is.
It is, that's what it is. The judiciary seems to have become lethargic as well. They've agreed to become a conveyor belt. I've seen one or two judges or magistrates refuse the withdrawal of charges if they believe that no, you're not giving me sufficient reason why you want to go to withdraw these charges. But by and large, in the most of cases, jails have accepted to become conveyor belts. Even them, they have accepted this circus, and they are participating in it. Maybe they are showing lack of interest. Nobody wants to be seen to be asking the critical question that ought to be asked. By the time you come before me as a judicial officer, your case better be tight. So that if you ever come back to say you want to withdraw it, the reasons must be cogent. Because at the end of all this, we are talking about public money. And not just public money, it is public life. It is livelihoods that are at stake here. When somebody steals money meant for hospitals, people are going to die. When somebody steals money meant for road construction, accidents are going to happen. People will die out of that. So at the bottom of everything, when it comes to corruption, don't just look at it as corruption. Look at it as a question of the right to life. Lives are at stake here. But what are judges doing? ESCC, what is there to show for the time it has been in existence? We've spent almost 100 billion Kenya shillings on that institution in the last 5 years. What can they show us that they've done? It's just part of political legacy politicians' cleansing ground. There's nothing they're doing, if you ask me. ESCC has become just a collection point. It's a toll station.
You make it sound like a really dire situation.
It is. We must call it for what it is. Safina Party, we are very impatient with this kind of structures that exist not to serve the people of Kenya. They exist to purely serve the interest of legacy politicians. Because if ESCC was functional and doing its work as expected, everybody in public service will be scared. Are they scared of ESCC? They are not. They are not, because they know at the end of the day, there is another forum where ESCC will go to answer to, not the people of Kenya. And that is where I need to focus my attention to legacy politicians.
You see, Wakili, when you talk about corruption, so you look at, say, during Kidero's time, there were corruption allegations as he was governor. Come to Songo, corruption allegations. Sakaja at the moment, there are corruption allegations. Look at all these governors, even the impeached governor for Meru left office due to issues that one would say would be picked even after they are out of the office to ensure that justice is served. But why it borders on all these just being politics being played is because once an individual is out of office, most of the time the case as well just goes silent. Are we sitting here saying that the institutions that have been given the mandate to investigate, to bring justice to the Republic, are just sitting and allowing themselves to be televisions being controlled by those in power?
No, Dennis, you're the one who has faith in those institutions. I don't. I don't. The painful truth, that is exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. Because if it were true that there are institutions which are working as required by law, even on the question of Sakaja, we will have seen ESCC going to look at the body of evidence that the MCS had. Fine, we agree. Politically, you don't want to impeach him. But we still have a duty to make sure that there is no acts of corruption. The allegations in your petition, in your motion, are raising issues of corruption. And they will conduct the investigations. But we'll also ask them, where were you in the first place when this happened? Because ESCC is an independent constitutional commission. It must carry out its investigations independent even of the assembly. If the assembly picked this up, where was ESCC not to have picked it up from the beginning? And where are they now? Same as Barchok, not Barchok, Kawira Mongaza. Same as the gentleman for Kericho. Where was ESCC? We were being shown pictures of a classroom that they claimed was renovated at the cost of 2 million. I mean, even my doghouse. Doghouse is much better than that classroom, but it's not worth 2 million. So what I'm simply saying is, even when these issues are raised, we are not seeing EACC acting. But I don't even wish they wait for the issues to be raised. They should be proactive.
But you see, Willis, EACC, as independent as it is, there's some success stories that we read from. I mean, if you're looking at statistics, for example, how much, in terms of convictions, they've secured convictions.
Which ones? Small fish.
Recovered. I mean, these are reports.
No, I'm asking small fish.
From small, so
they
small
busted
fish,
police
big
officers
fish.
collecting bribes.
Small fish.
I want to give you. Let me just tell you something. A story that somebody one day told me, a policeman, that when you see a traffic police officer, normally when they go out to conduct police duties, you are told you're given a target that you must arrest 500 people or even 50 people
that day.
So what some of these police officers do, they will go and stop a matatu. 2 matatus, these ones that carry 28 people. He goes early in the morning, stops 5 of them, or even 3, takes all of them to the police station, book them and charge them for the offense of not having a seatbelt on a moving vehicle. The numbers are 62. His target was 50. That is, he done it by 9 o'clock, he's finished it. So you gave him a target of 50. If you look at the book, he's arrested 50 people this day.
So to what end?
No. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
You gave him a target of 50.
Yes.
He's just gone to the road, stopped 2 Nganyas, and he has these 62 accused persons. He's met his target, he can now go and do his other things. So also, yes, is he giving you these reports? It's not about reports. It's about service to the people.
But service is getting the small fish and the big fish.
No. Don't say that you're going to give us reports of a policeman who was arrested getting 50 shillings.
On the road.
The road. No, but when we can all see counties are raising, county assemblies have raised issues of corruption in their executives, and you've done nothing about it.
That's an interesting point, Dennis, if you'll allow me. Because yesterday I was telling these the guys that I was watching the proceedings of the Senate Public Accounts Committee. And the amount of money that we see unexplained for certain things, and at the end of it, or the chairperson of the committee said, you know what, there are some things that are inexplicable. We can't see, and it's very clear that if you said 104 million shillings was spent, we should be able to see it in the accounts that this money was spent at the county level. The governor, who is the chief accounting officer, as the chief executive of the county, should then be able to explain some of these things. Now, in the inability to explain, we have no option, right, but to now recommend that the EACC picks this up and does something about it. Because we've done an audit. We've given a window period for the right of reply. We've not received anything substantial in terms of explainer. So, as far as we are concerned, that money was either lost or it was stolen. Period. EACC then would pick it up. But this is a day in, day out process that this committee has. There is always money missing. There's somebody who must explain. Control of budget tells us one thing. Auditor General tells us another thing. Meanwhile, the Auditor General is in those meetings. Is in those committee meetings, hundreds of millions of shillings day in, day out. If the EACC, based on what you were saying, were serious about really picking up on some of these things, wouldn't we actually see through and through that there were more in terms of pickups of some of the, or at least the very public questioning about where these monies go? Would we not see that?
We will see it, but they're not interested. Because to them, they answer to legacy politicians. And I want to take you back to what Dennis was saying. Now you've arrested this policeman who takes 50 shillings by the roadside every day. How many lives are lost from that process or at risk? Whereas you have a contractor and a county official or a national government official to whom they've embezzled 500 million Kenya shillings. You see, that's why I will be more interested in, if you're giving me quantum of numbers, tell me the ones whose acts of corruption pose a greatest threat to the life of Kenyans. I'm not saying the policeman taking 50 shillings should be exonerated, but you cannot bring for me the policeman as the success story with these 50 shillings. I want my success story to be the one that has most impact. The greatest threat came from these people who are holding high offices.
So, for example, ESCC, on the Ferdinand Wetitu case, the allegations was 588 million to companies linked to his family and associates. Governor Sonko, 357 million. Governor Obado, 73 million. Kenya Pipeline Company scandals, 1.9 billion. This is still ESCC, National Youth Service NYS scandal, 791 billion. Then you've got former CS Henry Rotich, the Aurora and Kimorer dams, 63 billion scandal. ESCC has done all these things. There's the amounts that they in their report. I don't represent them, really. Don't look at me like that. I'm just reading her report. They say these are amounts that that they've recovered and the cases that they've handled. The question then is, from the reading of all this, the political influence and all these things, they don't have prosecution powers.
Yes.
So can you then give them some latitude that, hey, okay.
You know, when ESCC says we don't have prosecution powers, and yet, when these charges are taken to court, they are the IOs, the holders of the file. It's not even the DPP. The DPP will have given the approval to charge.
Yes.
I want you to go, especially as lawyers we see it, when you go to the details of the charges that ESCC have preferred some of these cases, you can see this is a system that is set up to collapse from the beginning. In the entire list you've mentioned, only where it was a conviction. Yeah, but they're reporting it that he was charged. But where is the conviction? Akuda? Only where it. Don't just tell us that you've charged somebody in court. They'll tell you you've charged them this and they give you a very huge sum. I'll give you the example of Nyamweya. When ESCC released their statement on Nyamweya, do you know how much they indicated as the amount of money that was at risk, that was stolen? 2 billion. When we went to court, the conflict of interest was 1.2 million.
Yeah. It's actually, I agree with Willis, because I heard for the first time.
It's 100 times the difference.
Yes, I agree. I listened to the ODPP Ngonga in a meet, I think it was in Mombasa, if I'm not wrong. I was watching this soundbite and I said, wait a minute. Because our reporter, I think, asked him questions around these things. And he said, look, the problem is the file that is brought to him or to his office is what Willis is saying. Then when they're trying to tie in the figures to evidence, then they realize the amount is so small, they don't have a case.
Okay, I'm sorry. When we were in university, unknown concepts are now made known to you when the lecturer comes into class and he says, this is the case, right? Because you don't know, you are learning. By the time you enter into an institution, such as the ODPP, you are either you're most likely a lawyer who is trained on some of these matters. By the time it gets and you're telling us that we cannot link evidence to the amount of money that we are saying stolen, why would you mention it in the first place? Why would you say 2 billion shillings? Do you just decide it's a Tuesday and 2 billion shillings sounds nice? Or shouldn't you actually say, we have investigated, we have found that 104 million shillings was missing and we have tied it to this piece of evidence. And so now based on all of that, I put it down on a sheet and I say, here is the evidence, here is the money that's missing, we have confirmed with the Auditor General, and indeed this was supposed to be, it was not, and we see discrepancies here, and here. Because me, who I can only just spell the law, but if you were to bring it to me, I would say it is very clear that you don't know what you're talking about if you say 1.2 billion is missing and you cannot show me the evidence.
That's exactly what they do.
Why would you do that knowing very well that a judicial officer at the end of the process is going to throw the thing out for lack of evidence?
That is why I tell you that public statement that they issue is to hoodwink, gaslight the members of the public that we are doing something. Here, we are arresting Nyamweya 2.5 billion. Then when we appear in court the next day, 1.2 million. They don't even come with that their statement that they issued to the public. Why?
But surely you must know.
That's why it tells you this was nothing to do with fighting corruption.
So you're saying it's intentional sabotage?
You cannot tell me that today in the evening, I released a statement saying I'm going to charge in two for an act of 2.5 billion corruption. The day before in the evening. The next day in the morning, you appear in court with charge sheets reading 1.2 million. It is less than 24 hours, my friend. There is no way that you can say that was a typo, it was a mistake. That is intentional. And as I've told you, look at, for example, why was it targeted? The timing. He is running amok with his Tawe movement in Western Kenya. There's a political hand somewhere pushing EACC, put a break to this young man's
or give it a bit of a bump.
Yeah.
Because it is clear that if you have 2 billion the night before, 1.2 million the next morning, you as a legal mind are aware that the judicial officer will throw the thing out because of lack of everything. This.
And while at it, as you arrive in the morning with the 1.2 million, you are even telling the court, I need more time to conclude my investigations. So don't allow him to go back to his office for 60 days. In fact, hold him in custody
and
for
take
the
his
entire
passport.
duration. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And anybody who thinks that this is a fight against corruption, it is not. These institutions have been captured by legacy politicians. They are used for political organization. I need to sort out my Datembeya, go and sort out for me Barchok, go and sort out for me Kawira Mwangaza, go and sort out for me Waititu, who is now with Wiper and moving around with Kalonzo. It's got nothing to do with fighting corruption. And we must say it for what it is.
And you see, this also takes us back to, if you remember in 2022, once the government took power, the one thing that we saw happen a lot was individuals who had cases in court. All these cases were withdrawn and thrown out due to insufficient evidence. And as you now speak in terms of, Dennis, you trust those institutions, you don't. I think I also join you in that bandwagon. Because then again, you find this is a situation where a case has been taken to court because there is an evidence. Then the ODPP, the same office that took these people to court, comes back and tells us we do not have sufficient evidence. What are we doing?
And they apply for the charges to be withdrawn. The same DPP who took them to court. In this country, where I sit, I can say it authoritatively, the criminal justice system only works against the poor people. That poor policeman taking 50 shillings. That poor man who cannot afford a lawyer. Those are the ones, when it comes to public corruption, those are the ones that it works against. But these big fish, these legacy politicians, it doesn't work. It is used purely to pursue and to settle political scores.
If we continue with that, here every day, it's almost become Okari's pet project. The Auditor General is giving us numbers every day. 3.7 billion shillings lost in education. I don't know, ghost schools receiving this amount. Even this thing currently of SHA, hospitals that don't exist, ramshackle of a place is what is receiving millions in terms of payments.
And 17.2 million chai and mandazi every day.
Today in the morning, we are being told, I don't know what kind of delicacy of a pastry this one is, but we're being told that 17.2 million shillings is spent on daily tea and mandazi. You would imagine that this was a theatre of the absurd. Perhaps it is. And then we are seeing that this year, 32 billion shillings is owed to schools in terms of capitation, has not been paid. We see the Auditor General telling us that monies untold have gone missing, that they cannot be accounted for. Because we know that an audit process requires, after they've done the audit, they give it back to you, the institution that they've been auditing, and they say, this is our report. Should you see that there are any discrepancies in this reporting, give it to us so that we can come back. If you have documentation where we say documentation is not available, give it back to us so that we can now do what? We can reconcile. But within the period that the window is open, that you don't do that, we will just assume that you're accepting of this, and so we will take it and we will make it public. You don't answer us. So the only assumption is that truly that money is missing. It is gone. Year after year after year, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know of one audit report that has been sent out where there have been discrepancies and an individual, institution or individuals in concert have been investigated and charged. from an auditor's report.
You're very. I don't know why you're very optimistic and you're not seeing what the game is.
Even from the Auditor General.
The system is designed to be that. These legacy politicians, where they sit, do you think they think there's a problem? What we're discussing here, do you think to them there's a problem? The system is designed that way. All these institutions that exist to them are meant to facilitate them to enjoy their soft life in public office. So some of them is just karata to change the room for themselves. So there's nobody sitting anywhere now, if you ask me, in Kenya, that is concerned that the Auditor General has said, hey, all of this is lost. You think they're worried? They're sitting discussing, how can we recover this? They're not. It simply means an affirmation to them that our design system is working because they are the beneficiaries. It is you who has a problem with it. They don't. You have a problem with it?
I'm the problem.
Because you are now the problem. Because you think that this thing is about public service, the common good of the people of Kenya. The legacy politicians don't think there's any problem with this. In fact, the only concern is how far am I or how close am I to the table so that I can also eat. And for me, these are call to action to Kenyans. The day we recognize and realize that we have a set of Kenyans here who for the last 30 years, their lives have been underwritten by the people of Kenya. This has been their lifestyle. Somebody who has never paid, even bought fuel, for 30 years has never bought even a packet of milk, has never even bought bread, does not know what it means to remove money from your pocket to pay a bill. Because the public has been underwriting his life throughout, are the people you are seeing on this table. This system has been serving them. The Kenyan people needs to make a conscious decision. 30 is enough. And we start a genuine conversation where we turn our governance to be about the people. Let's give power back to the people. Let's vote people who are going there as servants, not as our lords. And they must report back to us. We have control mechanisms where we can bring them back. But if you continue with these legacy politicians, then just tell your producer to have more shows, as Dennis's friend says, for lamentations. These people are no longer the problem. If the people of Kenya can allow them. They are doing this because we've allowed them. And it should start from, if you ask me, even how much they earn. Yeah. Why should an MP earn 1.5 million? And you have somebody, minimum wage in Kenya is 12,000. And you expect them to live in the same economy?
Not possible.
That unfairness is what I say must change. If you're an MP, your salary should not be, for example, more than 5 to 10 times the minimum wage. You are the ones who set the laws. You are the ones who gave the instruments for setting up the minimum wage. Why should it be more than 10 times the minimum wage? Why? In all fairness.
And those are the questions. And it's time for a reset, time for a hard stop, as I always say, and for us to really look deep into these things. Are we looking to upturn the design? Willis Otieno, advocate of the High Court, has been with us this morning having this conversation. A somber one to end on. Asante sana for being here this morning, Wakili. And it is the hope that people actually start thinking and thinking clearly. Asante sana. It's 9:01.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has announced that the campaign window for the upcoming by-elections will officially begin on October 8th and close on November 24th, which is 48 hours before the polling day. In an official statement, IBC Chairman Erastus Ethekon indicated that the campaigns will be allowed between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. daily. The Commission also outlined key timelines and requirements for independent candidates participating in the polls. Submission of names and symbols for independent candidates must be completed by Wednesday, September 17th, using the prescribed forms delivered both electronically and in print to IBC offices at Anniversary Towers. Nomination and registration of candidates, including those sponsored by political parties, will take place on October 8th and 9th. Candidates are expected to submit nomination forms along with a list of required supporters, that is 2,000 for aspirants contesting for the senator's position, 1,000 for MP and 500 for MCA. Families of 21 pupils who died in a dormitory fire at Hillside Academy exactly 1 year from today, that is September last year, are demanding that the government release the findings of investigations into the tragedy to help them find closure. The families say it has been a whole year of waiting without any responses. The families are accusing both the government and the school of abandoning them after the burial of their children, adding that they were not even provided with post-mortem reports. The parents insist that releasing the investigation report is the only way to ensure accountability, whether the fire was an accident or an arson attack. They described their sons as high achievers whose bright futures were cut short by the mysterious inferno, saying their families will not rest until the truth is made public. As the nurses' strike in Trans Nzoia County enters its 27th day, Health Committee Chair Luke Naibe has called on Non-Secretary General Seth Panyako to intervene and bring nurses back to the negotiating table. Naibe expressed concern over the suffering of patients, noting that while private hospitals profit, many residents are forced to remain at home and buy medicine despite county facilities being well stocked.
As you are all aware, over 224 nurses were promoted the other month. And funny enough, the same unions that were given promotions are leading the strike. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka niwaombe kwa heshima kubwa, can we have a win-win situation? Can we come on table? Can we put our cards open so that tukuje tuongee? If the county government has offered promotions, they can also be able to give out any other offer that is in the CBA. Our people are really suffering on the ground. As we are talking, we have drugs in our facilities across the county. Lakini sasa mwananchi hawezi enda kujitolea dawa kwa pharmacy. Kwa hivyo ningewaomba rudisheni hasira chini, ongea na county government. Hizo uniform allowance, hii mambo ya promotions kidogo governor amesort.
And Health Committee Secretary Alphonse Maliambo and Matunda Hospital Chair Jane Wekesa praised doctors and health workers still on duty, highlighting that mothers with young children are the most affected.
My name is Jane Wegesa Fraser, Chair Matunda Hospital. We are losing lives right now, especially mothers who are having children. They are really going through trouble. And private hospitals are really, really full. We just want to call them back as they continue liaising with the county to solve the issues.
Alphonse Maliambo, Chairman Kapsara. Without nurses, when mothers come and they are in critical condition, you refer them to Wamalua Kijana. Also, the nurses are not there. They end up at the private hospitals, where now we are also shifting our finances. We are billed for win-win situation because it's affecting life. People are dying.
And the Machakos court has acquitted a man accused of occult-related charges after prosecutors failed to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. The court set free 55-year-old Momo Nthiwe, who had been facing charges of possessing charms and other articles allegedly linked to sorcery and enchantment. Nthiwe, who had pleaded not guilty, was arrested by DCI detectives in Machakos. Among the exhibits presented in court were human hair, skin, nails and photographs of residents which prosecutors claimed were connected to witchcraft. And in the international scene, President Donald Trump has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn a lower court decision that found many of his sweeping tariffs illegal. In a petition filed late on Wednesday, the administration asked the justices to quickly intervene to rule that the president has the power to impose such import taxes on foreign nations. A divided U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit last week ruled 7-4 that the tariffs Trump brought in through an Emergency Economic Powers Act did not fall within the president's mandate and that setting levies was a core congressional power. The case could append Trump's economic and foreign policy agenda and force the U.S. to refund billions in tariffs. Remember to continue enjoying the EPL marches across our radio stations. That is Berur together with Radio Maisha and here on SpiceFM. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Nairobi.
In this country,
6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hiya, it's 10 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Justice Thursday. We continue with our conversations this hour, but after I let you know that if you are thinking about what to do as concerns your university education, you need to go and log on to www.cradle.com. At Cradle, you get all the information that you need as concerns destinations where these institutions are. You will get all the advice that you need in terms of what you need to do to get the education that would fuel your future career aspirations. Now, it's the one website that uses tools to match you to what colleges and universities then are on ground to have this happen and in what destination. So it's a really nifty way of having put all of this together so that you don't really miss out on anything. And I could tell you, or you could attend the Study Abroad World Fairs that are taking place this month of September. The first one takes place in about 3 days, and that is the 8th of September in Eldoret. So it started off when everything was in Nairobi, but they moved things around the country, went to Eldoret, and we're going to Eldoret on the 8th of September from 9 to 4 p.m. at the City Blue Hotel, I beg your pardon, in Mombasa. Let me do that again. On the 8th of September, we're in Mombasa at the City Blue Hotel from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then in Eldoret will be there on the 10th of September from 9 to 4 at the Boma Inn, and in Nairobi at the Movenpick Hotel on the 13th of September. These are a Monday in Mombasa, Wednesday in Eldoret, and Saturday in Nairobi. So what do you get when you come here? You will then have an opportunity to have face-to-face interactions with university representatives, tailored guidance on career paths, visa and accommodation support, and you can make on-the-spot applications. Basically, you go to this study abroad World Fair, and by the time you go and come back and leave at 4, you're going to have all the information that you need. You might have even made an application, and all you're waiting for is the yes. So we need you to get invited. How do you do that? You log onto the website www.cradel.com, or you can call 0799 000 444. Okay.
Yeah, so we have created our money today. We have ensured that it's secure. So what's the next step? How do we ensure that it's passed on to the next generation in an easy way, in a smooth way, while maintaining the legacy and values that we have put in place? Now, Standard Chartered Priority Banking says that you get estate planning to protect what matters and ensure a smooth transfer to the next generation. Now, in a world where constant change is a daily occurrence, the team helps you stay prepared, not just reactive. So here's a question where your business is big on transparency. You have CSR activities that happen, openness, not to graft, security, transfer easy. Standard Chartered Priority Banking will sit you down and show you how these will be done in the event that you're not there. Now, this is not about intentional. This is about rather being intentional, lasting wealth built on trust, strategy, and values. Begin your journey when? Today. And how do you do it? You send an email to wealth.ke@sc.com, because Standard Chartered Priority Banking, your time is now.
Your time is now. Absolutely. We're going to go into a conversation for our Justice Thursday conversation with the judiciary. We'll be talking to Justice Nzioki Makau, and we're going to be looking into issues around child labor, bringing an end to child labor, getting thoughts about, what exactly this means, first of all, and if we're talking about ending it or eradicating it, how does that exactly work? Safeguarding the future. And he'll be with us in just a few minutes. But even as I think about it, most times we don't actually realize that, we are putting children in precarious situations. I remember going into Narok County, one of my very first documentary field assignments, and I did a story on FGM with young girls. Really, they were not much younger than me at the time, and 10 years old, 9 years old, 8 years old, and they were in a situation whereby they're married off and they're working, and I wouldn't imagine. I thought to myself, what was I doing at 9 years old? What was I doing when I was 10? I mean, far from the minds of anybody of my parents who raised me was it to even imagine that this girl would be in a working situation. But that's the reality for very many people today. And we're having that conversation this morning, and we're looking into it, and even as we do, it might be sticky, but we'll do it anyway. Justice Nzioki Makau is judge of the Employment and Labour Relations Court. We're talking about safeguarding the future, justice against child labour. He's here with us this morning. Justice Makau, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Asante sana.
Karibu sana. Well, we're going to ask you something to ask you to do something that you do every day. Interpretation. But this is of a proverb and not of evidence, but or the law rather. So Dennis is going to share that with you. We'd love to hear your thoughts around this proverb.
So today we are in Morocco, now a country in northwest of Africa, bordered by the Atlantic Ocean, Mediterranean Sea, Algeria, and the disputed territory of the Western Sahara. Now it's just 13 kilometers from Spain, and the country has both the Atlas Mountains, snowy peaks, and the Sahara Desert as well. In 1777, it became the first country to recognize the United States as a country. All right, let's go to the interpretation part of it, which is your daily cup of tea. Nothing lasts except goodness. How would you interpret that?
That when we do good, that is what will outlast us, that is what will outlive us, as opposed to evil. So when you do good, it lasts beyond your time. it lasts beyond you.
Well put, well said.
Absolutely.
Beautifully
That's what
done.
we remember you for, isn't it? For sure.
Yeah.
All right. Big issue. Child labor. Maybe we can get into a couple of definitions of what it is first before we even look into its eradication or protection of children in our societies. Child labor. What is it? What is this?
Child labor, by its own definition, is not necessarily wrong, because your children will have to pick up after themselves. They're supposed to clean up. They can make their beds. They can wash their dishes, their own undergarments. They can clean up around the house. That is permitted. What is wrong are the worst forms of child labor, which is what we are targeting to end. And this includes slavery, bondage, child prostitution, working in unsafe environments, because there are some instances where children actually do some work, but it should never be in an unsafe environment. So if there's ever a situation where a child is operating in an unsafe environment, then that is considered the worst form of child labor. And those are the things that are to be stopped.
So child labor is not, for a lot of people, the assumption could be, let's say somebody has a shop and you want to hire, quote unquote, a shop manager or even a house.
Right.
You have a house manager.
Right.
A lot of times people tend to go for the youthful ones.
Right.
And a lot of times you'll have those that are underage, don't have IDs. Is that a form of exploitation?
Yes, that is a form of exploitation, because you're putting that child out of the space they're entitled to be. A child is required to be given the best protection, which includes education, clothing, food, and housing. So if you take this child out of a situation where they're supposed to be in education and take them to work in a domestic house setting where there are house chores, it's not just a I'm making my own bed kind of thing, then that is one of the worst forms of child labor, because it amounts to something close to servitude, because a person should be able to willingly enter into a contract of service. So as far as the UN is concerned and the ILO, a child is defined as anyone below 18. However, it's recognized that for certain instances, people who are aged 15 can either conscript, meaning to serve in regularly set up systems of engagement in war, where the conscription age is 15, but you cannot have a child soldier, that is a child who's 8 years old, 7 years old, 10 years old, 14 years old. So there is a way in which there is a graduation from that which is acceptable to that which now is offensive. So having someone who's below the age of 18 working for you in your own house is a form of child labor, and it is deprecated.
So we talk about child labor in the country, and we know what the law says. The law is there and speaks to this very clearly.
Right.
But now there is the problem of enforcement of the law to ensure that the child gets the rights and that they are not exploited.
Right.
And we've always had conversations on when it comes to the implementation of the law and enforcement of this law is where there is a problem. So paint a picture of how bad the situation is and what remedy we have in ensuring that the law is actually implemented.
Right. In our country, thankfully, we've not had a lot of instances of child prostitution and child sexual exploitation, though there have been a few incidences reported at the coast. That is normally one of the worst forms of child labor. We've also not had children in conflict, armed conflict, like the child soldiers in a neighboring country. So those are normally some of the worst. In our case, where we seem to miss the bus is when we have children now being taken out of school to go and perform routine farm chores for a family, such as picking coffee, herding cattle, or taking care of the goats as opposed to being in class, because ideally the best practice is to allow that child to get education so that child is able to fend for themselves in future and also to be a child. That's one of the things that a child is supposed to be, a child. So when you take them out and put them in that, then you mess up. Now, in our country, I have not, in the 14 years or so I've been a judge at the employment court, seen cases where children have been part of a process of exploitation that requires our intervention. I do know, however, that there are programs under the ILO as well as various organizations who will be speaking to those interventions during our week of the symposium for the employment court, who will now indicate clearly the areas where there has been that exploitation. One of the areas I know is domestic help. And because it is by nature very private, it is only when the child comes out and says, I have been working for Nzioki for the last 2 years, I'm 17, then that's when now it gets to the knowledge of the authorities that there's a child who's been exploited in a particular instance, and then there's usually a place where they are given protection. I know of various organizations such as Credo and others in the country who have focused on issues around children. And they would probably be in a better place to state exactly where and how that has been done. I know that in factories, you cannot have a child working there. So if a labor inspector comes in and finds a child working, then that institution or that enterprise will definitely face consequences. There'll be accusations in court by way of a charge, and then there'll be a court case before the magistrate's court where convictions will ensue. So far, I have not heard of any cases that have filtered upwards. It's only in the labor sector where we've seen children being taken out of school to go and harvest coffee or tea. But most tea companies avoid such controversies given the ramifications and the international outcry that would be there if children are found picking coffee. So it's normally in small-scale domestic holdings where you find some children not going to school so as to help pick the family tea or coffee. But for the companies that are registered, they wouldn't want the flack that would go with that.
Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned child bondage and slavery.
Right.
What is that?
This is where in some countries, thankfully that has not been the case here in Kenya, some places such as India where if Okari owes me a debt, I go to him and tell him, give me your child to work for me so as to pay that debt that you owe. And so he surrenders his child to me in bondage to pay off a debt. And normally that debt is never repaid because I'm getting cheap labor, free labor. Maybe I lent him 100 rupees or the equivalent of about 180 bob. And then I tell him, give me your child to work for me until you pay off that money. Usually it's amongst the poor in India where that happens. And that, unfortunately, has been one of the key drivers for the stoppage of this form of mistreatment of children. I do not know of any situations here in Kenya where that has ever happened, but yeah, that happens in the Asian countries in some instances.
I'm just curious. Why go for children? I'm thinking in terms of labor, the limitations to how much they can do and to what extent. Why would that happen? Why not go for somebody who's mature and take them
same.
bondage?
I would ask, why not just simply give a proposal on how to pay your debt? But unfortunately, in some countries, there's been a lackadaisical approach to protecting the rights of children. That has since become something of major focus, and it's one of the things that is constantly being fought in India. So if you think of it, it's the easier way out. There's this child. I want to exert my authority or influence over him. He owes me a debt. I tell him, if you can't pay, I need your child to come and work for me because I see easy, cheap labor. It's a mentality, it's a mindset, and that is where the problem is.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I've just answered myself besides what you've just mentioned. I'm just thinking, if somebody came and told me, give me your child, I mean, the value I will hold to work so hard to repay you so that I can have my child back will be more than if, let's say, Aseto was my son, and I'll be like, Aseto, you can go. You go. you go. Fanya kazi. I will not, but if it's a child, there is something that emotionally bonds you and makes you then do something. My question is, because you mentioned some sectors, agriculture, coffee, you've talked about tea. There are also some industries, informal industries, where child labor is particularly entrenched, not just locally, but globally. I'm just wondering, how does the law then address itself to questions of culture? For example, in terms of balancing culture, economic realities in some certain communities, for example, with these strict labor laws when child labor cases then come before courts?
One of the aims of the Convention Against the Worst Forms of Child Labor, which is something that came up in 1999, so you can see we are far removed from the Industrial Revolution. It's a question of a change in perspective. So culture is just perspective. How do we view something? How do we value something? So in the past, it seemed quite okay to have your children work for you, especially in the small cottage industries. I have, say, a gunpowder making enterprise in my house. My children get into it and they help me fabricate or put together. One, it is very hazardous, right? It is dangerous. Anything could happen. But they are my children. I'm the one who's making this, and because we culturally manufacture fireworks for celebrating our various holidays, then I have my children working for me. That is dangerous. That is against required principles in ensuring that you avoid children being in hazardous work environment. But because that was my culture, that we make fireworks, it's been done by my ancestors, I'm the 4th generation firecracker maker, then we continue. But now to change that mindset to a place where you now consider the safety of the child first, as well as avoiding any harm that could come to that child by avoiding, by denying them education, by denying them the various protections a child is entitled to under the rights to the child, which is under the UN Convention of 1989, then we have to change our thinking. We have to change how we approach it. So despite there being culture as the background to some of the worst forms of child labor, we have to stop at some point.
Right.
Yes.
You talk about, though, that you've not really, I mean, in the years that you've served as a judge in this court, you've not really come to, experience so much, or rather at least at the worst side of the spectrum, a lot of these cases. So very few occurrences, one would assume. If that's the case, why is there then a push for the end to it if we're not seeing so much of it happening in Kenya?
It's because it exists. And like I said, part of the problem is the secret nature of some of these kinds of things. Because until the police crack prostitution ring, until the police discover some child pornography somewhere on a site or on a hard drive, until the child comes forward and says, I've been working at this home, I'm underage, I've been exploited, I'm not paid, they deny me food, they deny me sleep. Until that comes forward, you do not know about it. And so we need to fight it, despite the fact that we don't see much of it, even in our situation. But it's because it exists. And because it's a global thing, and it involves even trafficking of children, the sale of children, which is something that we actually do have here in Kenya, then we need to work hard to eliminate all forms of child labor. And one of the things that you'll notice with the sale of children is that these children are normally trafficked for a purpose, to either go and work or to go and be misused or abused. So it is not that it doesn't always appear. It's there at times underlying, and it's until we discover it that we know there is a problem and that we need to do something about it.
You know, when you talk about it, just now thinking of what we see every day, I don't know if that would be categorized as child labor, but you go to our streets today and you find children, instead of being in schools, they're out here hawking and begging. And this would most of the time happen with an adult seated somewhere monitoring what it is they are doing. And you just stop a child and ask them, "Mama, yuko wapi?" And you insist on that. They would point to where the parent is, and you look at that, and it is something you're seeing every day in front of the authorities. Is that, first of all, child labor? And how do we deal with that? Because that also borders on poverty that people experience in the country. And they say they have to work for us to be able to eat, for them to go to school. They have to assist me, and begging and hawking is one of the ways.
It is child labor, and it is one of the worst forms of child labor, because one, you are denying that child education, you are denying them the comforts a child is entitled to, you are exposing them to harmful work. This child is operating between cars, people, and some of the children are minors, they are underage. So when you have children who are being told to go and beg so that the family can be fed, that is actually exploitation of a child. It's exploitation of a minor. Sadly, as you've pointed out, it happens right in front of our eyes sometimes, and not much is done. But that needs to stop. Something has to be done.
From a judicial perspective, just borrowing from what Aseto, because I had that in mind, and I'm thinking, you look at the families that are on the streets, you look at some of these women who are hawking, using children, like Aseto rightly put. I mean, poverty is always cited as a major factor in a lot of these things. From a judicial perspective, at what point do you then reconcile justice and compassion and say, look, okay, in a case like this, it is wrong, but you have compassion? Does it happen?
We are supposed to temper justice with mercy. But when an adult does something deliberately knowing it's wrong, harming a child, I think there's room for you not to have so much mercy for that adult. Think about it this way. We as adults now know better. So we are supposed to do better. If it was in an age where we were ignorant, we had no clue what the right thing was, meaning hundreds of years ago when we were still in our basic rudimentary lifestyles, I would understand when we didn't understand. But now we have all this technology to help us appreciate. We have all this learning. We have all this experience to look back on. So why would I send out my child to go and beg? And I'm an able-bodied human being, capable of working, capable of earning, but I refuse. I look for the easiest way out. Remember that example we gave about that labor, that I force someone else to give me that child to work for me, to pay a debt, instead of that person actually being the one to come and work for me to pay that debt. It is just wrong on all accounts, and sadly, we can't have an excuse for it. So, no, I wouldn't want to see mercy in that case.
When we look at issues like this that cut across, and we look at jurisdictions where we have some serious cases of things like this, do nations look at their problem as their own issues, or do these issues cut across jurisdictions? Because I think about the African continent, and I think about times of conflict in different countries, and child soldiers. One of my very good friends today is a former child soldier from one of the West African nations.
Right.
And the horrors of what they had to go through, unrealizing of what the horror was until they were much older.
True.
because they were on drugs
most of the time.
And they were told that they had to do this because they would die. Otherwise, they would be killed.
They're threatened.
Right. You know, and this happened to thousands of children, mostly boys in conflict areas, very rarely girls.
Right.
But it happened to them. And also then when we look at, again, slavery, bondage, for sexual exploitation, maybe not as much in Kenya as it does in other African countries, to a very large and high degree percentage.
Right.
Do efforts that have been taken to eliminate or to even have the conversation about these things that are happening spread beyond the boundaries of Kenya for people to come together in concert and say, guys, let's have a look at this thing?
Yes, it does. Every country that has signed the UN declaration on the Convention and Rights of the Child has to have a report. Secondly, under the Convention number 182, which is the elimination of the worst forms of child labor, each country is required to give a report. And every country has an obligation. In the event there is, say, for instance, we are a conduit country, meaning children are being trafficked through our nation from Ethiopia, Eritrea, any other country, South Sudan, to other countries in the region. We have an obligation to make a report to the UN and the International Labour Organization that this is happening in our region, and we suspect that 3 times we've caught trucks carrying minors, that they're being trafficked to this country for a certain purpose. And that other country, we'd have to also make a report to indicate what they're doing to mitigate against those offenses. You realize that in some countries, because of conflict, there's already that question mark, because you're seeing child soldiers or their combatants who are definitely looking underage. That problem may spill over into the neighboring countries. For instance, in some countries to the central part of Africa, I don't want to name names, where children fight, and then when they retreat into a neighboring country where they are given either comfort or solace. And then the next time they are sent out on a mission, they are dragged, like you're saying, sent out to go and kill, murder, loot in another area which is outside that country. And then ultimately, what is our responsibility as the world? We have to step in where we know that there is child labor, where there is exploitation, and especially where there is the use of children in conflict, either for war or even for sexual exploitation. We must step in. That's our human, it's something we must do as human beings.
Now, I have a question in terms of when making judgments for child labor offenders, whether this is an employee, a parent, an institution, or whoever it is. What are those penalties like? Like in sentencing, years, whatever?
Sadly, I wouldn't be able to tell you the particular sentencing guidelines that would be there because I don't handle criminal aspects of child labor. The cases that would come to me would be in relation to a conflict either between the employee and the employer, meaning the laborer who is a minor against the employer. If that does come to me, then I would assess it just the same way I would assess any other claim. And once it's established there was exploitation, then there would be a punishment in terms of damages that would be payable to that child. But in addition, I could refer the matter to the magistrate's court for a trial of the person who is alleged or has been shown to have exploited this child or used the child for to work for them contrary to the law. Because I am in the civil side of things, I cannot deal with some of those criminal aspects, but I would be able to refer. I know for anything affecting a child, it is viewed with very, very, very serious connotations, because I, as an adult, I have a mind which I can make up, I can decide, I can do things. But if it is against a child is, first of all, not capable of making informed consent. A child is not capable of making rational choices. So if I exploit a child, it is worse for me as an offender, as opposed to if I conned you out of, say, some money or something. Yeah. So when it comes to a child, it's viewed in a more serious manner.
You know, most of the time, whenever such cases, even if you're just having a conversation with another adult, one of the comfort areas that people retreat to is, I was not aware. Sikukuwa najua. This is my child and I was only trying to help. Or this is my sister's child, I was only trying to help because back where she comes from, they are not able to, so I was just stepping in. Can that ever be used in a court of law as, I was not aware, please have mercy on me?
No. Ignorance is no defense. Ignorance of the law is no defense. It matters not that you are aware. You will be charged, and then you will face a consequence. One of the things that I like about listening to people who try and articulate that I was not aware, you ask just a simple question. How old is this child? Or how old is this person? They say 10, 12. So how can you say you are not aware that it is improper to employ them to do this kind of work? How would you say you are not aware? You yourself, you're an adult. I believe at the basic, you would know that it is wrong for you to employ a child to dig a pit latrine for you. It is wrong for you to employ a child to fabricate fireworks for you. Just because they have deft and small fingers to be able to roll the cracker into a nice tiny roll doesn't mean that it is right. Right?
So that brings us to the next, the follow-up question to that, in terms of with the laws that do exist, there is need for advocacy and awareness so that people know what the law says and how to go about it. That even in the event where poverty is there are ways that one can canvass it through the leadership, representatives, NGOs, to ensure that this child receives the very best. So then, what are we doing, or what should we do to ensure that this information on child labor, labor laws, everyone understands, so that no one ever comes to court to say,
I did not know. One of the things we're actually trying to achieve through our symposium, which will be on the 15th of this month, is to bring people to the table. Children who've been exploited, survivors of child labor, they'll be there to talk about their experiences and how they got out of it. There'll be organizations that handle children, that deal with these problems. They'll be there on the round tables. There'll be academia, people who actually now go and research and study this phenomena. There'll be lawyers. There'll be judges, the court. There'll be magistrates who will be there. And there'll be members of the public who will be present, so that we can have this conversation about child labor and the worst forms of child labor, so that we're able to, 1, identify them, 2, prevent, and 3, do better as we go forward as a country and as a people.
There was a time in China, there's a time in China, because we made reference to India and what other countries are doing. There was a time there was a conversation about digital child labor. In China, there was an investigation that was done on a particular company, I'll not mention the name. And what was revealed is that school children were found working in a factory. And they were working on devices that you and I will use on a normal day-to-day living. And there were issues of working overtime, night shifts, poor working conditions, violations of a lot of laws.
Right.
Is this a current problem now that we're looking at technology and where the future of technology, AI, conversations, that you're not necessarily going to find children in a coffee plantation,
but behind a screen,
but
somewhere.
behind a computer, behind a laptop, working on something, fixing some gadgets.
Right.
Is that a conversation?
Yes, indeed. That is part of what we are going to discuss. One of our pre-conference activities was to bring out some of these activities, and we are trying to deal with the technological advancements that have come, which are also affecting the way we work and how children can be exploited. Because like you have said, children can now be deployed to do work online. They can be deployed to do work on gadgets that you and I will use. They can be deployed to do things that are technologically enabled or assisted. Sadly, because of technological advancement, this is a new frontier, an attack on the rights of a child coming now from even the technological side. And so, yes, we will have that conversation. We will have a roundtable where we will discuss AI, we'll discuss technology and its impact on the worst forms of child labor and how we can try and mitigate against the exploitation of children using technology.
How do you navigate the waters between what would be child labor and then a necessity for certain things to happen, whether that's from an economic point of view or whether from a cultural point of view? And allow me to give examples of both.
Right.
Again, we still live quasi-traditionally, especially as Africans, and that there is the expectation that work will be done by children. The reason why a lot of people in the traditional setting had many children was not because they were necessarily fertile, but because they had swathes of land, and that the people to till the land essentially later would be their children. And because they would not afford payment to external parties to take care of that. Now, when we come into what would be more modern times, some of that backlog or the dregs of that traditional setting still exist in our minds today. So that's one side. Traditional, cultural. The other side is economics of things. In today's world, there are very many children, Justice, you may not know, or you may know, probably do know, who operate in a space on their own because their parents or their parent or their caregiver must be away eking out a living. So these children wake alone, they prepare a meal alone, they come back and do chores in the house alone, they prepare another meal alone, wash whatever needs to be washed, and then prepare to go to bed alone before their parents or caregivers come back and they're asleep again. Would this be classified as child labor? Many would give the reasoning that I don't have a choice. I can't be here at this time. And I've raised this child to then be able to understand that they can do these things for themselves.
Wow, that's quite a tough one. The balance between tradition, family, life, and that nuanced abandonment of children. Well, you know, economics has always played a role in the exploitation of children, be it for selfish personal gain, where I'm exploiting a child, making them work for me so that I can earn some money, or in a circumstance where this child is being denied the opportunity to be a child by the circumstances I have placed the child in. Whereas a child making and preparing a meal for themselves is something that is not necessarily evil, or a child putting themselves to sleep, that's a form of independence. It may not be evil.
At 6 or 7.
But the child being alone for a considerable period, unsupervised by any adult, because the parent went to work very early in the morning, and the parent comes in after the child has gone to sleep, that would suggest or connote to me that the child has been abandoned. Because who takes care of the child in all that period? How can you expect a 7-year-old or a 6-year-old to take care of themselves just because you've trained them to light the stove, to crack an egg and cook a meal for themselves, or even operate a microwave? I don't think that that's right, because ultimately what you're doing is that you're denying that child the best forms of being a child, which is that you're not giving them a chance to be a child. They're not playing, they're not out there doing things, they're not watching you model for them behavior that they will now rely on later in life to navigate the challenges in life. So if a parent has to be away that long from their child, then a question arises as to the welfare and the well-being of that child.
What if they can't afford it? Would that be a defense? There's a defense, we say ignorance is not a form of defense, but in this case, is affordability one? I can't afford for somebody to take care of this child, neither can I afford for them to be in a space whereby, it would be different. Is that a form of defense?
It's not exactly a defense, but it would be something that would be for pause, because if I can't afford to take care of this child, then why did I have this child? That's the question I'd ask at the back of my mind. And as a parent, what is your intention? How do you intend to impact this life? Are you making this child live a better life than what you're having? Or are you just bringing this child into the same misery that you're in, where you work like a slave? I mean, if you're away before the child wakes up and you're back after the child is asleep, and you don't even get time with that child, then what is the end game? What is the plan?
Justice, when we have such conversations in what Ndu has described, is a question of child protection services now walking in to ensure, because at the end of the day what you're looking at is what is best for the child. So in such instances, in other jurisdictions, you'd see the child taken from the mother and paired perhaps with the family that can give the child the best there is.
Yes.
Does that happen in Kenya? And if that's the case, are people aware that these are options that are there? And how do we have such difficult conversations with the child, even when pairing them with a parent that is not theirs?
Well, in Kenya, we don't have a well-defined system of child welfare, but there's a department which is concerned about child welfare and operates from Nyayo House, where neglect is brought to the attention of the authorities, then the authorities can step in. In our case, the children will be taken from you as a parent and put in a children's home, which in my mind is not the ideal situation, because it would be best if that child were placed in a family setting and not a children's home. But that does sometimes happen. Sadly, the abandonment that Ndu talked about, where a child is left on their own, is a sad reality. You could blame the economic times and hardships. You could blame culture, because as Ndu and all of us will remember, in the old setting, a child did not belong to an individual. It was communal. That child belonged to the society.
Yep.
And we all would come in together to support, help, raise, and protect that child. And that, unfortunately, we have lost due to either rural-urban migration or the loss of values in our culture. so much that we have these issues now cropping up.
I think as a follow-up to what Aseto was asked, I'm just thinking, we've covered stories where, for example, in Migori County, children as young as 8, 9, 10, or 12, you see videos of them descending in these deep tunnels in search of gold. You know, the tunnels look dangerous and could collapse. And we've had incidents where there's been collapse and loss of life. You look at that kind of scenario, and it's in the open again. Like the example of just here in Nairobi, you'll see children hawking and all that. Talk about enforcement, because you are on one end of the justice system, but there's a process before this gets to you. It has to start somewhere.
Right.
How would you measure enforcement at the moment with all these examples that you're talking about?
Yes.
Better?
We must do better. It's not good. Exposing a child to harmful work like that of mining, it's dangerous, it's hazardous, and that is categorized as the worst form of child labor. We know it is there, but sadly it is not the work of a judge to enforce that law by going to arrest. It is someone else who has to investigate, arrest, and bring forward those issues to a forum, which would be a magistrate's court, where now they can be articulated and something done. I don't think we're doing enough as a country to protect children, and I know I'll ruffle a few feathers by saying so, but it's a fact. I don't think we're doing enough. We need to do more. I don't know the percentage in terms of how well we're doing, but that's definitely not on. So if we allow children to be exploited, it doesn't matter whether it's for economic gain, whether it's for sexual exploitation. If we allow it, then we are failing the children. And remember, children are our future. So if we don't take care of them, then who will be there in time to come? Yeah.
Well, sober reflections to be had. Who comes to the symposium? And because these are conversations, obviously, that we must have. So who would be there to then be able to hear this broader message?
Well, the symposium is open to everyone within reach, either via link or in person. There will be registration that will be permitted. We will have members of the public. We will have stakeholders. I know the International Labour Organization is going to participate, COTU, FKE, various organizations that are involved with child protection, the judiciary, there will be academia, meaning professors and people in the universities. We will call in anyone who can come. Even child labor survivors will be there to tell us their story. Yes.
Indeed. Justice Nzioki Makau is Judge of the Employment and Labour Relations Court, has been here with us this morning. Safeguarding the future, bringing to an end all forms of child labour. That's the goal. Thank you for being here this Justice Thursday, and having this conversation with us. Thank you so much, Justice.
Thank you for having me.
Conversations continue. Thanks for being here on the Situation Room this Thursday. We'll talk more tomorrow, God willing. Take care. It's 10 a.m.
.4 Spice FM.
Morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lel Ubaga. Health experts have warned that up to 70% of common bacteria are now resistant to antibiotics, a trend that is undermining the country's ability to treat infections. Speaking during microbial resistance stakeholders meeting, infectious disease specialist Dr. Lois Ombajo at the University of Nairobi warned that AMR is a leading cause of death worldwide, with bacterial AMR directly responsible for 1.27 million deaths in 2019. Ombajo warned against self